welcome to Mindless Entertainment. It is I, Jessi Milestone, coming to you on this Friday with both good news and bad news.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
Where people were just walking around, just jizzing force all over the place. He looks like he has been drinking soy from his mother's teat. Wrap yourselves in, guys, because we are gonna get mean!
I got him! Great kid! Don't get cocky!
I just want to start this live stream by sincerely apologizing to Richard for hearing that intro. But welcome to Mindless Entertainment, everybody. Guys, tonight is the night we're here to talk about the Oscars. So without further ado, I'm joined by an incredible panel. You know this guy. I love him. You better. This is the one and only Jeff Hicks of WorldClassBullshitters.
Hello, everyone. Tis I back on Mindless Entertainment once again, but not as Mindless Bullshit.
And I'm joined by my very, very good friend tonight, someone I met in acting class years ago now, who's become one of my closest friends in LA, an amazing talent, not just in front of the camera, but also at computer programming. And oh yeah, she was like a runway model and stuff for a long time. Lyndsey Scott, everybody. Woo! Woo! And last, but, oh yeah, I guess you should say hi. I guess I should.
Hi.
No. You're allowed to have a voice too. You're allowed to speak for yourself. And last but certainly not least, I have never had the chance to discuss the Academy Award nominees with an Academy Award winner himself. So everyone, please welcome Richard Chu to Mindless Entertainment. Woo! Wow. All righty. So we're here tonight to discuss the 2021 Oscar nominees with fire, passion, verve, excitement, words, English, etc. And we have all chosen different categories to represent. So we're each going to take point, taking you through those. And at the end, we'll have a good old-fashioned brawl over who we think that the crown prize, the best picture deserves to go to. There will be yelling, screaming, punching straight through. Now we're all pretty civilized people here.
That was like the fun part of the night.
Not me. I know you guys know I'm not. But I want to just forewarn the audience, as I'm sure they've seen it before, but I forewarn my guests. I'll forewarn you guys. I cry during emotional parts in movies, and then I cry when I talk about them later. So I'm going to cry a lot tonight. That part is real. There will be tears. They will be from me. There will be plentiful, but probably not from our guests. So, before we dive into the themes and the topics and the whatnots, welcome everybody. Lyndsey, welcome to the channel. You and I have been friends for a long time. You have been in the audience of many streams before. You made a cameo on LIVIT the other week, but have never been on the channel. So welcome. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's nice being on the other side. Feels very exposing, but it's easier to creep in the comments, just read what everyone's saying and not respond and pretend I'm not there. But I'm here this time. So thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for being here. It is truly my pleasure. And guys in the chat, don't forget to press the like button. Make sure we drop all of those impressions. So Lyndsey, tell us a little bit about your background as an actor and what kind of movies you like and what, anything else you want us to know about you and how you feel about this year's Academy Award pool.
Okay, I've been acting since I was a kid, but moved out to LA to focus on that maybe 5 years ago, or 6 years ago now. I support myself through iOS development until I get my big break. But yeah, I love movies in general. I'm a real big fan of old Hollywood movies, but I love watching the movies, the Oscar nominees every year. So yeah, I'm a big time movie lover.
A+ answer. Good answering. Richard, you've had a lot to do with movies over the years. Just like a little bit. If you want to give a very, very short version of your background, we have the 4-hour full complete version of your career on the channel already. But for anyone who somehow missed that, the 5-sentence version of your career, and how you feel about watching the Oscar nominees.
I'll try to give a best short summary. I started in documentary films because I saw a film early on when I was unhappy in law school. Back in the 60s, I saw a film an independent film called Nothing But a Man. that starred Ivan Dixon and Abby Lincoln. And for my generation, it was like a groundbreaking experience for me to see a film about a young African-American couple in the South in a normal relationship without stereotypes. So I thought if people could make films like that about people without falling into expected stereotypes, I thought this was something I wanted to do, to be able to tell stories about the others, so to speak, because Hollywood at that time were made up of kind of the expected blockbusters and stuff like that, mostly, and very, very little was told about people that were hurting, you know. So anyway, so I was lucky enough to start in documentary films after that, after I dropped out of law school, and luckily I ended up going to San Francisco at about the same time that Francis Coppola, George Lucas, and Saul Zaentz started up fantasy films. So I got to my first 3 feature films that I got to work on was The Conversation, with Walter Murch being the lead editor. The second film was with Milos Forman directing One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and I was the lead editor on that. And then the third one that I was lucky enough to join the team of was Star Wars, the original Star Wars. And of course, you know, when you're young, which we all are at one point in our lives, you don't know that you're the luckiest damn guy in the world. Job, and then that people actually went out and saw the film that you worked on. So I don't know, that led me to Hollywood, which I never had aspirations to do. And then I just kind of continued to work in the industry and learn my craft and got to know a lot of great people.
And I am so lucky that I am now one in the long list of people you have met and get to share your company. It's really, really so exciting to be able to be getting to do the stream tonight. And hail chat showing up in force now. What's up? We got Reese, I know he's a Philly guy, fellow Eagles fan. Keck44 is here. Joseph Bienowicz.
What up, man?
Doug209, the James Baker. German Nightmare 1976. Claustoric, Man Squatch. Dylan Campbell, Matt G, Zach Z. Welcome, everybody, guys. It's going to be a really, really fun night, and everyone else who's not chatting, and everyone else who's watching on the replay. Also, hi, Mom. I know you said you were going to try to tune in, so lots of love if you're out there. And Jeff, you know,
yes,
most of the chat is pretty familiar with you, but actually, Richard less so.
So say, like, I recognize all the names in the chat right now. Like, oh, it's guys from the show. What's up, everybody? So what are you asking me specifically?
Your background, a little bit about your background, what led you to this stream, what your connection is to movies, and
so I grew up in that era where you rented movies all the time on tape. So I grew up with all kinds of stuff. Star Wars was one of the earlier ones I watched, so that was fun. But Bond, all kinds of stuff. I liked the genre pictures, and then I grew up and I started to like everything. You know, movie. There's stuff from all over the world that's cool. There's stuff from all different genres that are cool. So a night like tonight is interesting because I don't normally watch all the newest movies. So I've kind of expanded my horizons for the first time in a while, which is nice.
Yeah.
But overall, I do love movies. I always wanted to make one. I always wanted to be involved with stuff. Actually, today, I was in an independent one, and it was the Alpha Draft House today. Remember? I showed you the video.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm technically in a movie now, so cool. But, yeah, it's just always been my favorite form of entertainment. It's my favorite media. I'd rather put on a movie than a TV show, and I can get lost in them forever.
Yeah, I concur. So we all picked different categories. Lyndsey, you want to talk a little about why you chose actor, actress?
Well, being in SAG, those were some of the categories that we vote for the awards. So I'd already watched all of those movies. And yeah, I guess I'm more familiar with the acting side of things than I am editing or animation or any of that stuff. So yeah, that's why I chose the acting categories.
And Richard, you chose editing and foreign films. Richard, why did you choose film editing as one of your categories?
Well, I wanted to be able to, I guess, share my perspectives on like why it's so important in the shaping and the final version of a film. because as you notice that all is for best editing are also among the best picture nominees.
I did notice.
So, yeah. So, basically, that it had something to do with what the final movie is. So I thought, hey, this would be kind of cool to talk about what, at least in my perspective, what it did in giving the movie the personality that it has.
Yeah. And you have a perspective also on the foreign films that none of us even had the option of being privy to.
I mean, the foreign language films, which the Academy now calls international films, to me, because I've been a member of this committee looking at these films that are submitted by other countries, I've been a member of this committee for over 20 years, and I realized that I love the films that I saw there more than a lot of the films that I saw domestically made, because these films had to do with real pain.
Yeah.
The issues that were really important from that particular culture or that particular society. And it gave me some more insight as to how fortunate we are as Americans, because we're so insulated from the issues that so many people have to survive. So I chose that because I want to encourage those that maybe don't make the effort to go and seek out these films, because they have a lot to tell us. Yeah,
I concur. There's was a lot of international submissions in the shorts. There always are, and I've found that too. I'll talk a little bit when it's my turn, but yeah, I've found a lot of things similarly. But Jeff, visual effects and animation.
Why did I choose those?
Yeah, well, yes.
So I'm an artist professionally, so that's why I chose the visual effects and the animation. Animation is an art form that I'll never try to get into because it's way more laborious than I can be, but I love it. I'm fascinated by it at every level, in every genre, no matter where it comes from. That's what I like to buy for the TV, 4K animation. It's my favorite thing to watch. Hey, buddy.
That's Bush.
And in terms of visual effects, a lot of the movies that I grew up with tend to have the best visual effects. Again, Star Wars, Back to the Future, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So even though movies don't grab me the same way as they used to in terms of those types of films, the effects are still cool, and it's neat to watch them on a different level.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm so excited we got to discover Love and Monsters because of it.
Like I told you, I'm going to buy that. That's not going to be a rental. That's going to be a purchase
copy.
disc, whatever they do a deluxe version of.
There were a bunch of these this year where I'm not usually this impressed by this many of the nominees. Usually I'm like, oh, well, that one and that one. I'm looking. Usually it's really, really easy for me to go through a category and go, well, I think that one's the best, hands down. And then also to go, well, I think that's the one the Academy's going to pick. And I chose this year to look at this original screenwriting and the shorts. I love screenwriting adaptation as well, but I'm currently working on an original screenplay that I'm very, very serious about. And so I wanted to see who take a look at other people who are very serious about screenwriting and see what they were putting down and seeing how what elements they were using to tell story. And that's also why I wanted to look at the shorts, because I always find the short film has such a beautiful way of taking a simple single message and digging into the just absolute heart of it in such a small period of time. And that to me is such a I always say that people create the best work with pressure, and shorts are like the pressure cooker version of a feature-length screenplay. So that was something I wanted to examine. How does somebody really convey in a very brief amount of time the same amount of richness and depth and life and development as you would in 10 times?
So what are you going to say to the person who binges all the Oscar movies when yours is on the list? When the shoe's on the other foot.
Oh, when it's
when it's your movie, and so they're going, I got to get everything ready for this.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be very excited. I'm gonna be very, very excited when other people are talking about my screenplay. And we got more people. Dominic, the writer, a fellow screenwriter. Excellent. Wow. Well, welcome. Dr. Coffinails, love to see you here. Talk to Masculinity said he's going to behave tonight. Well,
So Dr. Coffinails can't deal with the fact that you're on this side of me.
I know,
so if I put
weird,
my arm out this way and my arm appears here, he doesn't like that.
We're doing magic. It's strange.
Yeah. Wham.
Oh man. So did you guys have an easy time or a difficult time picking your winners in your respective categories?
It varied. Some categories were easier than others, definitely.
Yeah.
It was easy for me.
Easy for you.
There were ones that I watched and I went, man, that was a real movie. And then there were ones where like, that was cool, that was cute. I would maybe watch that again. But there were just a few that I was just like, whew,
yeah,
that was everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Richard,
It's always a good standard whether you want to see a film again.
yeah,
definitely. You know, I mean, for me, sometimes the most hyped picture, after I see it, it's kind of like, well, I don't know if I watch it again, you know?
Same.
Yeah.
Especially if you have to pay for it. So you're going to pay to see it twice, you know?
Hey.
Oh my God. First super chat of the night. I just want to before I even read this, I just want to point this out that not that long ago, when I was in high school, my mom was still figuring out how to type on a keyboard, you know, on a regular QWERTY keyboard with efficiency and use Microsoft Word. She is now I don't know how she figured out how to super chat, but she did that all on her own. So round of applause for Mom. She's not embarrassed about her age, so I can tell you she turned 70 this year, and she is a technology whiz as far as I'm concerned.
Could you teach my mom, please? I don't want to write her emails anymore.
She said, "Hi, Jessi, Jeff, Lyndsey, Jessi, Jeff, Lyndsey, and Jeff." I'm assuming one of those was meant to be Richard. So it's hi, Jessi, Jeff, Lyndsey, and Richard. It's Scott Empress's mom. Yay, Mama Empress! I love you so much, Mom. So good to have you here. We're having a great time. So yay for moms. Yay for moms. So Richard, I thought maybe since we all saw the best pictures for the most part, so we've probably all seen the ones in the editing category. So could you take us through that one? And your call. I'll go dealer's choice. If I'm giving everyone the floor to run the discussion on their own section. So dealer's choice. If it's easier for you to lead in with your winner and boom and go from there, and then tell us why all the rest of them were lesser, or if you want to take us through all the films and then explain why you chose yours. However you'd like to do it. So Richard,
we're starting with my film editing category or the international films.
Let's start with that. Give a little wow, and then we'll dive back in and we'll build back up.
Okay, I like to start small and go big.
You always got to start the show with your second strongest act. That's good comedy.
So I'm gonna lead up to the one that I think is the best of that category.
Oh, I like it.
Because The Father, Nomadland, Promising Young Woman, and The Sound of Metal basically are all focused on one character.
Yeah.
And we follow that one character, whether it's in his mind, as in The Father, or in Promising Young Woman, it's like how Cassie is perceiving the men and what she's going to, how she's going to kind of lead him down a path and whatever she's going to do. Sound of Metal, of course, is this. We're in I forget his name, but in his mind, and what his world is. Nomadland. I'm sorry, Ruben, right? Ruben, and in Nomadland, we're following Fran as she discovers people on the road, and they all have their particular challenges in editing because of how the world is shaped. So, like in The Father, we don't know what is the reality, and we're following, as it's revealed to us, how the characters are perceived by Anthony Hopkins. And it's really a ride for me as the audience as to, wait a second, now which is the real daughter, which is the real son-in-law, what apartment is he in? And it's just, it's in the structure of the screenplay because, I don't think an editor can just kind of come up with that, but the editor did, shape the transitions, because that's the one thing that I think maybe audiences aren't aware of, or the transition between scenes. And when, like in the case of The Father, we're kind of led into the next reality of where he is by what we see of the apartment, or the pieces that we see of the apartment, how it's decorated, what pieces of furniture or painting are gone, and that's a very clever way of leading us into what's in his mind and what reality he's in. So I love that. But the one thing that I read an article where the editor was talking about, here's a story that's told in a nonlinear way, yet it has to be linear in emotionality for the character. So it has to make sense in the linear emotional development of this character, yet the events seem to be jumbled, at least for how we as viewers see it. So I think that's a particularly clever thing about this movie. In Nomadland, what was really cool about that is that Chloe Zhao, she interviewed all the characters that she wanted to cast in her picture and had them tell in their own words their stories, and then she actually then wrote that as dialogue in the script. But when she had them do it, like perform them or tell those stories being themselves, it was after that then she turned the camera around to shoot Frances McDormand reacting to that, because a lot of times you shoot the star first, and then they go off the set, and then you shoot the other people. But in this case, they shot Frances then giving varied responses depending on how the non-actor was telling her story. So and then talking about transitions, another device that I noticed Chloe, as the editor, did was she used various details as the transitions, the details of inside maybe a particular person's RV, or particular details around the campfire, like a cactus, a piece of log falling, or what they're cooking in a pot, the details that revealed their setting. And I thought that was really a good way of getting into it, over which you would hear the dialogue, off screen. So that was really a cool way to lead into it. And then, of course, how she, as an editor, used as transition many of the traveling shots. To give you a sense of either her liberation or her wandering around and not being where she wanted to be. Like, for instance, when she was forced to work. So, the transitions of going into that fast food place or going back to work at the Amazon warehouse. It was the cuts that preceded revealing where the character was that I thought was really good storytelling, editing-wise. Promising Young Woman, one story I heard about what added to the mindset, the plan that Cassie had, was the addition of the Roman numeral numbers as we went into the scene, because that wasn't originally in the script. But when you saw that, the first time I saw it was like, that's kind of interesting. But then upon second viewing, I realized that's right. It's the calculation in her mind that, okay, this is step one, this is step two, this is step three. And that was just really a strong device, to use in post-production, right? Sound of Metal. What can you say? I'm just going to paraphrase what the editor was saying that impressed me, was Sound of Metal, where the illustrated or represented the three acts of the character's mind. So when he had hearing, sound, and what his world was like then, when he made the transition, the of was of his mind in a way, where he went into the self, or the opportunity of self-discovery. And then metal is after he had the transplants and his world got really turned upside down because everything was metallic, that he heard. So, the transitions then were then illustrated by how the sound was used, as well as the choice of music that was used and how the music represented. So this all leads. So all of these first four are stories concerning the protagonist, and the Trial of Chicago 7 was a big canvas representing a lot of characters, a lot of points of view, and there were like three distinct. There was the courtroom, or the trial in the courtroom. There was, of course, the march or the demonstrations, everything out in the street, including the police riot. And then there was the conflict between Abby Hoffman and Tom Hayden. And besides the other little sub-conflicts with William Kunstler and then the prosecutor, the young attorney there, there were those interrelationships. And for me as an editor, having to then integrate all of that, the editor created that prologue, that first, I forget, 8-10 minutes, that established who the different players were. Because for most of us, probably of the four of us, I'm the only one that was around and conscious at that time in 1969 when all this was going on. So I realized who all those people are. But for most viewers, you don't know who Richard Daley is or Lyndon Johnson. And, there are maybe people that you might see in a history book, but you wouldn't know the part maybe they actually played in the drama of that time. So there was that prologue that was created. But then, if you look toward the end in the third act, when the police came to testify, the undercover agent, the female undercover agent, and then some of the uniformed policemen, the intercutting between what they were saying, what Abby Hoffman, and it's kind of like a little stand-up performance he was giving to his admirers, intercut with the march in the police station, and then the subsequent turnaround to go back to the park before the police charged them and all that. And that was so brilliantly timed. So you were never confused as to who was saying what, because the editor, I think, used really well the testimony on the stand to introduce then where you're going to be next. And then the use of the interweaving of the Abby Hoffman kind of joking routine. He was kind of like the narrative thread of all of that from the point of view of the protesters.
Yeah.
So, and then, for me, the build up to the end, okay, what's going to happen? What's going to set this? And the fact that I was surprised that the best statement that the defendants could make was when I guess it was Tom Hayden. I'm forgetting now which character stood up to read.
Tom Hayden, yeah.
And for me, that was what they need cry, because just like in the War Memorial in Washington, when you particularize each death, each soldier that died as a person, he had a name, he had a rank, he was an age. Oh man, that's powerful. Yeah. So anyway, for me, that's what really, brought me down, or up. It's just kind of, it's just really great movie making. Yeah.
That was the part that made me cry, but it reminded me too of in Judaism, it's very traditional to repeat names, to say names. Holocaust memorials are a lot about printing the names everywhere, keeping any records they can find, speaking the names of the people who have fallen, remembering them. And so it spoke to me, that element of it spoke to me on that level. And I agree with you that for so many moving elements, the cutting really helped you find your way through a huge ensemble piece. So that was your pick.
Yes, and I don't know if that's going to take it, but I thought it was a massive, wonderful job. What do you guys think?
Yeah, since we all saw most or all the editing ones, anyone else? I said a couple words. So anyone else want to jump in? I can know it. You know me. I can always talk more.
I enjoyed Nomadland's editing because the way it would, like the final note of a song, it would hit the note and it would cut right to the next shot or the next location or whatever. And I thought that was a really cool, because it was a nice transition for the piece of music, and then boom, and you're right into the next scene.
Yeah,
and I thought that told a really cool, nicely paced, somber story. But based on the other ones, I mean, Promising Young Woman looked cool.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not an editor, so I don't know what to look for in that. That just seemed like a regular film movie that just was like whatever. And same with Sound of Metal. It had a little more artistic flair to that, but I just thought Nomadland really hit a lot of that. I paid attention to it more.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real quick, I want to read a couple of super chats since we did get a few. Roll in. Want to honor all our wonderful audience members. We got Torben Raybild. What's up, Torben? One of my favorite listeners says, "Hi, Mom." Hi, Mom, indeed. Lovely, lovely lady. Finn McCool, thank you so much for your super chat, but it's kind of a douchey super chat, as was everything else you said after that, so we're not going to read it. Mom, thank you again for the love. And also she said, oh, I know I messed up. Hi, Richard. I loved your interviews with Jessi. She did tell me how much she loved this. So thank you guys for the supers. I agree completely about that with Nomad. One of the things I found too was Sound of Metal and Nomadland were the slowest pace of those in the category. They really took their time to unfold and tell their story. But for me, Nomadland, and a lot of that felt like the editing. It really kept me invested in moments where Sound of Metal sometimes would slow down a little too much. And I thought that I was able to pace. That's what really impressed me about Nomadland was it's a slow paced movie but every moment keeps you in it. Every moment stays interesting.
Yeah, it was fascinating hearing your breakdown, Richard. I didn't notice these things. I wouldn't be able to break things down this way. Obviously, you have much more experience in that. Looking at the Father and Sound of Metal, especially, I felt like they had the editing there, just from a layman's perspective, had a lot in common when it came to the world they were creating and bringing you into their world, bringing in the Father, bringing us into that confusion, that feeling of not knowing and not understanding. It made it feel understandable in a way that it wouldn't typically be the case. I've never seen any movie or seen any sort of thing that made me feel so like I was losing my mind, or like I would understand what it was like suffering from dementia. The Sound of Metal, I thought it was also fascinating that it brought me into the world of being deaf or hard of hearing. The way that was edited really created that world for me as well. One thing that I thought was kind of interesting from your breakdown was the Promising Young Woman Roman numerals. I don't know if we're allowing spoilers or not, or maybe
spoilers are on the table. This is a movie breakdown. Spoilers.
Spoiler alert in 3, 2, 1. What I loved at the ending of the movie that the Roman numerals weren't actually Roman numerals. They were the text in the book. Like you see 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boom.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
that was the part you had read, right? Was that the different colored ticks all meant something? I
thought she was killing the people.
I did originally too.
And that was, I guess we could talk about this later, but I loved that kind of feeling of a genre bend throughout, where it felt at first like a little bit of a horror story, and then it became something more complex.
Right. I have so many things to say about that one in terms of all the genre elements it brings in. Oh, we'll definitely dive into that one and all the other categories for all of those elements.
Can I say one thing the editor of The Father, saying that in editing that film and working with the writer-director, he said it was kind of, as he termed it, a war against attention span. Because he felt that we've gone down this path, especially in the last 20 years or so, of shorter and shorter cuts. So they went counter to that to see like how long they could hold on something and still keep you interested and keep you in it, because I remember 20 years ago, I participated in a panel with Film Comment, or I forget the name of the Sinise magazine. Maybe it was Sinise. Yeah, right. And one of the questions was, because this was during the time of like Moulin Rouge and a few movies like that had a cut like every second. And so the question is, well, do you think that this is the trend for the future? And it occurred to me, and I made the point that I think the pendulum is going to swing, that we got to this point where everything is really quick and short, and I think it's going to go back the other way. And I think maybe the father is an example of that.
Richard, I have a quick question for you. Have you ever seen the first Hunger Games film?
No.
Because the way that was edited, you brought up the short edits. I've never watched a movie that made me sick. The way it's like you count the one and it keeps jumping in the first few moments of that movie. I couldn't stay with it. That was like one of the worst editing choices I ever had seen. So I'm glad they're trying to stretch it out, because I have an attention span, and I don't like every 1 second of jumping.
It's fascinating, specifically with the father, because I turned it on and I went, oh, this is just going to be one of these deep emotional studies about what it's like to have lose your father to dementia and blah. And then right when I was about to check out and think it was just that, the first weird thing happened, and I was like, wait a second. And then it really did. It dropped it asked the questions at the right moments to keep you asking the questions and keep you invested. So you had to stay in it. It didn't matter how long the conversation went or how long he stayed in the space. You almost wanted him to, because you were there trying to figure it out with him. And then right before you could figure it out is when it would change. It was really,
and you can see like why some of the dialogue was repeated.
Yeah.
That's when, that's what pulled you in, like, wait a second. They said the same thing, but it's a different circumstance. So then when you begin to realize he was on a loop of some sort.
Exactly. And it was, oh God, the whole metaphor too of the ending where she's talking to him about how you come out of the thick of it and have the clarity, and you realize it's that their speech is the metaphor for him having a clear day, but that this entire movie has just been us climbing out of that hole with him to get to that brief moment of clarity. And that journey, like realizing that journey that we had gone on, that's what, for me in that moment, that was the moment where I broke down in that movie. So, when did you cry?
Like all these movies, they're just so cool. I listened to interviews with him, and you realize, like, the editor of The Father, he's Greek, but he's based in Paris. Chloe is Chinese born, but she's American based. Promising Young Woman, the editor is French based. Mikkel Nielsen, he's a Dane, working in Denmark, and she comes. That's the only really American-born, American-based film editor, Alan Baumgarten.
Got a really good question from the audience. So I'll read the super chat because it came in and because he can't stick around. Macy Van Dusen says, here and gone, sending a little support. Thank you, Macy, we always love it and love to see you. Hopefully you can catch us one on the replay because it's fun. Had a really good question for you, Richard, from German Nightmare 1976. It says, does watching movies as part of the committee take away from the pleasure of sitting down and immersing in a movie, or is that still part of the experience? Can you still enjoy it apart from the professional eyes?
Well, I think so. My professional eyes, I don't, it doesn't divest me of my emotion, my personal emotional response to it. It's always, but you're right. It's a struggle between getting involved in the story or in the character, and then kind of trying to analyze it or judge it from a craft point of view. And that's why I like to see it a second time. The first time is just kind of like me, just submitting yourself to it. And then it really works for me. And then I would watch it a second time to try to analyze a little more, like, looking at the transitions or listening more to the sound and stuff like that. That's always a difficult way to watch something and decide what part you're giving yourself to.
I started to worry about that when I started taking film classes and learning how to watch films that way. I was like, am I going to lose the ability to just, I have more the opposite problem. After I watched Promising Young Woman, Jeff asked me later that night, he said, how would you rate it? What would you, what out of 10? And I said, ask me in a day or two, because when I like a movie, I can't see any of its flaws right away. I've had movies that I've loved. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this. And then I'll start talking to more people and we'll start picking it apart. And I'll go, oh, okay, well, it's still really good and I still love it and all this stuff. But now I can at least speak critically and go, this and that, this could have been better, that could have been better. So I still have the opposite problem of like, I love everything so
I'm like
much.
that with comics at times.
Yeah.
As I'm like, oh man, the way this was made is so blah, blah. But then if it's a good story, it's a good story. Same with movies, I'm sure.
Yeah. What was I gonna? Oh, I had another thought, and now I forget what it was. And thought. I don't remember. All right, cool. Let's talk about visual effects.
Okay, visual effects.
Visual
Let me pull up
effects,
my,
because visual effects is an interesting category always, because it rarely has crossover with any of the big ticket categories. It usually frequently will, some of the movies will end up in sound and costume and makeup as well. But typically it doesn't have a lot of crossover. Usually I think that is correct, but in this year there's one example, which we've already alluded to, but I'll get to that.
So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go least favorite to favorite. So I'm going to go bottom to top. So it might take a second, but I know for sure. So Mulan for visual effects. Visual effects are supposed to be memorable or stunning or something. Mulan was very underwhelming just across the board. It didn't look good. The things they did, the larger than life things that the characters did on screen, didn't look that compelling. I mean, 20 years ago with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, there were more interesting effects done. There's certain types of fighting that they're trying to do just like that too in that movie. And I'm like, this is not appealing. It's just ugly. The color's trying to drab. The effects aren't anything special. I don't know. I think this is a situation where maybe this is a year they only had so many choices on their hands. Yeah. Then again, I could have put like Sonic the Hedgehog. It looked better. I mean, at least it looked entertaining, like visually something. Yeah. So there's really not a lot to say about Mulan. I'm not trying to rush through it, but I don't want to review the film. That's what I'm trying to do, talk about its merits. Yeah, because
for me, like the biggest standout things that they tried to draw your attention to, the landscapes that they built, which looked nice, and I think nothing looked bad per se, but it was like one of the more impressive effects, if you will, were the sorcerer transforming into the bird and stuff. And that to me, like that level of transfiguration CGI we were seeing in Harry Potter movies. Oh, yeah. Like it's as beautiful and gorgeous as I thought a lot of parts of it was, it just didn't do anything that hasn't already been done.
And even in this category of visual effects for this year, another Disney movie, The One and Only Ivan, when you're trying to put animals, a digital animal in, I'll talk about that later, but like that's photorealistic. And I'm like, wow, this isn't even that good of a movie, but this is incredible to watch. It's the same company. It's Disney, same year. Like where did it fall apart? Yeah. So I don't want to sound too hard on it, and I don't want to sit and complain. So does anyone else want to comment on Mulan's visual effects? Or
I know Richard had some interesting things to say before about how, I guess online there was a breakdown of how the visual effects were made that was interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had the advantage of being able to see what the committee had a bake-off, and then each picture that was submitted, showed how they did something, and Mulan impressed me just with seeing what the layers were that they imposed on what they started with. So we started with, I guess you would call it a naked palette, where I'll just use the example of the heroine on horseback, and she was just riding on a barrel that was on gyroscope that was kind of rocking back and forth to assimilate her riding a horse. And then there's a good green screen, and then we saw layer by layer what was added, the background, and then maybe the middle ground, and then the arrows in the foreground, and then the horse that she was on. So when I saw something like that, it made me realize more the different layers, and then say for the city or the castle, whatever you want to call it, to see what they started with and the different layers of then adding not only the walls, but then the people, and then how are you going to move other people that were moving people into the stationary people. So, I had the advantage to see that to impress me.
I'm glad you brought up that specific shot, though, on the horse, because that was one of the ones we actually had. Remember when she was riding into the battle, we said that kind of looks like she's on a plate. Versus, like, it didn't look like she was. That was one of our complaints.
That was the one. I thought the earlier stuff of her riding horses, some of it looked really, but yeah, riding into battle, there was one part where you could see the plate, where it was like you could see the sort of track of the of the screen going by her.
How big of a screen did you see that on?
65 inches.
65 inch.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
Makes a difference because I guess
definitely
mine more like a 46-inch screen.
Yeah.
Richard, just curious, do you have any insights on how it might compare to similar films that have been done in the past, as far as like the layering goes, like whether it's more complicated, more advanced in any way?
You mean any particular film currently compared to the past? You mean like something compared to Lord of the Rings or something like that?
Mulan specifically compared to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or something similar.
Well, I don't know specifically. I just know that, there's a lot more tools now. Mm-hmm. So I think, the tendency is the more tools you have, you're tempted to use them all.
Yeah.
Whether you use them well or not. It's like when you get a larger vocabulary, you want to show off, like, I know how to use all these words. So sometimes it may not be necessary to tell that story by using all those tools. And then there's also a time pressure too, because I know sometimes that they just have to cut it off. The producers will say, look, the clock is running. You can't do another 2 passes, even though, because it's all farmed out to different visual effects houses, optical houses. So, the quality that one house can create something may not be matched by that of another. So there's so many, visual effects is so complicated because there's so many fingers in the pie creating different shots. So it's hard to say. I can't answer that because I don't really work in it. I usually get to see in a theater, in the days that we used to sit in theaters, to be able to actually see it on screen, and then it would be more obvious as you see the passes, what is improved, what gets better with each step. And then sometimes, like I was saying, you run out of time, and they would say, well, sorry, time's up. We gotta go with that one.
Yeah. We got some.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, could they have used a real horse in the shot, Jeff?
I'm sure they could have filmed a woman riding a horse. Like, it's one of those. I don't know how much you watch of like the newer Disney Plus stuff. You can tell when they're shooting on green screen and not in an organic space.
They rarely shoot when you see the perspective, like the point of view of a person. That's rarely done on horseback. That's almost always done with the screens, because it's too dangerous of a shot to try to get with the horse.
Right. Insurance companies would never.
Because you're either going to have to, ride something directly in front of the horse, which creates problems if they're running, or you're going to have to figure out how to attach a Steadicam brake to the horse.
Is that why Indiana Jones has ditched his horse?
Probably.
And the fourth one, he didn't have one. I wonder if it was an insurance thing at his age.
Maybe at his age, because that's honestly, you hear about that all the time. Lord of the Rings, Orlando Bloom broke his rib falling off a horse. That's why they had to CG certain. There's that one really crappy CG effect. He was supposed to do a practical stunt there. Like an actual, I guess he had some way to actually jump on the horse and stuff while it was coming towards him, but they had to CG it because his rib was broken from falling before. But yeah, to that point of we had a lot of love for practical effects in the chat. Practical effects are part of the visual effects category. So when you have stunning achievements in practical effects as well, that is part of the consideration from my understanding of the visual effects category. The visual effects comprise both.
Oh yeah.
Digitally created and, practically created. So, and most of the time now, practical effects have a CGI component too, and a lot of CGI effects. There was the days where they were obsessed with doing everything CGI, but I think a lot of places have realized now that there's a lot of value in adding a practical element
as we
to special effects.
As we learn how to replicate light in a computer better, and this is just across the board, video games, movies, or anything, like it all starts to look real. But since we're at that weird place where light's not perfect, they've gone back to just lighting real things, and I like it as an audience member because I'm like, oh, he's acting to a thing. It's not like the Star Wars prequels where they're like on a green screen and it's flat.
Exactly. All right, so that is your bottom of the barrel.
That is my bottom of the barrel. So next on the list, I'm conflicted because I'm trying to be strict about the category and not talk about the quality of these films.
Yeah.
So the next on the list is The Midnight Sky.
Yeah.
I thought The Midnight Sky is a science fiction film that's visually appealing, stunning at times, mundane at other, but that's part of the story. I really appreciate what George Clooney, yes, as a director, did. So it was a nice looking film across the board, but the space elements looked great because there was a moment where we watched it and we're like, when is this going to get better? Why is this nominated for an Oscar? And so when we had the first dream sequence and we saw this really stunning vista, I was like, all right, now I know why this was nominated. And then the more they did, the better it got. And across the board, it just looked great. From a visual element, from a fantasy, the design element, like the fantastical stuff you bring to the real world, like how do we evolve 40 years in the future? And I thought all of those things, those considerations were well done. There were scenes that I'd never seen before. There's a shot where a woman gets injured in space and she starts bleeding in her helmet. And I'd never seen weightless blood like that.
Oh god!
I mean, how many schlocky sci-fi movies are there where there's just a blood spray and an alien
it's a
drags
splatter
you
or
off?
explosion, or and that we were both saying that was like that was on the a horror movie kind of death. Really gnarly for that kind of movie.
And so all of those elements do combine. But at the end of it, I have seen a lot of similar things. Like the way Earth looked at the end of the movie was very stunning, but it looks very much like Star Trek from 10 years ago. And so it's hard to look at a digital image and go, wow, that's so groundbreaking when we've had 20 years of photorealistic outer space and stuff like that. And so I want a little more. So I'm not trying to be harsh on it because I thought it was a pretty solid movie. But
I think some of the best parts visually were some of the interactions with certain visually created elements. Like the
that was great. I completely forgot to bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, because those parts to me were really, that was like compared to some that we've seen, like elements of Mulan that still looked like you were interacting with the special effects.
Yeah.
Or
it felt like they were living in that.
Yeah, or Tenet where someone's that separation was really obvious. I felt like when they were touching or handling digital objects in Midnight Sky, you couldn't tell, like you believed all the screens and the holograms and stuff.
And I know this isn't a production design review, but I gotta say, like, everything was really well thought out. Just how to evolve that. So I really appreciated that. So like just across the board, it was a nice looking film. Every way. But that's really all this.
I have a question to Jeff about that. So do you feel how would it compare with Gravity? Which is what Clooney had acted in. Do you think that, how did it stand up with that?
I'm glad you brought that up because I actually said that to you during the asteroid field scene or the asteroid whatever. I thought Gravity was a really good looking movie that I was like, I don't know if it's a movie, but it was like a one thing. You hung on that one thing the entire film and it looked great, but it wasn't enough. I liked this a lot more in terms of if we're taking the George Clooney outer space approach. I thought his character was really likable in Gravity, and I liked, he wasn't there and all that stuff. He was giving George Clooney. But this was a different beast for him. So I gotta say I liked this one more overall. But it was funny you brought that up because that's the thought I had. I don't know what he did. That was Alfonso Cuarón, right? Gravity.
I don't remember. I think that one. I think Gravity was a tighter narrative, but I think Midnight Sky took more visual risks.
You know why Gravity my perception's colored on Gravity? The movie Life. Remember how they both have endings of the pods coming down?
But
hers is very just straightforward.
Oh
my god, is she gonna drown? Oh, okay, she made it. She's good. And then Life had a cool twist.
Life had a great twist. Bo Darville, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Hey kid, you two married yet? Give us a couple years.
We got a while, but we're moving into a new place.
I want a really lavish wedding, so we're saving up.
I want to pay myself out of debt. So
exactly.
when I get out of college debt,
But don't worry about it. You know, we're married in spirit. We'll do fine. And also, hail to all the chat joining us. I see a lot more people coming in, so make sure you press the like button. And I know it's a little non-standard for a Saturday night on Mindless Entertainment. It's not a crazy, wild, drunk, ripping people a new a-hole every 5 seconds.
It's
asshole.
a
We can
fun
still
stream,
say asshole. We're adults.
It's
here.
your channel.
Like I know
You make the rules.
I'm an adult. We've all sworn before. It wouldn't be a Mindless Entertainment stream without some swearing. So I'm loving everyone coming out and enjoying this. And if we get any other Finn McCools in the chat, you guys know what to do with them. That's to say, people who decide that every chat they go into needs to be their frat party, and can't handle people having good old conversations. But for the most part, all you guys, awesome. Hotsy Talk has joined us. I see Annie McCallum, that Limey, one of my buddies who's joined us over on Live It now. Chico Stevenson, yeah.
Okay,
Chico
cool.
Stevenson.
I like his comments.
He's a cool dude. Dr. Coffin Nails has been here for a minute too. So welcome everybody who is joining us. Rob Williams. Wow, Robin Williams is here. Cool.
Dude, that was the first thought I had. I was like, oh wait. I was like, Robin.
I like Lyndsey.
I miss him.
Perfect. All right, so next up.
So next on the list, I have Tenet.
Mm-hmm.
Tenet. Now, this isn't an intentional comparison because Richard's here, but I made this in our personal life.
Mm-hmm.
Tenet is to Inception. So if Inception is the original Star Wars, Tenet is Return of the Jedi. It's a very good movie, and some people like it more than the original. But to me, it's lesser. The first one always brings more. Yeah. So Inception brings the city folding over and the sound, and all these visuals, this craziness. Tenet was just a lighter version of that. Yes, it looked cool. Yes, what they did with it was neat. That's why I put it so high up. But again, it's not to sound jaded, but it's something we've seen from the same guy.
Yeah.
This is Christopher Nolan again. Yeah. This isn't like somebody else. Like Neil Blomkamp, his stuff looks similar, but it gets better. Like Chappie, then Elysium. I don't like Elysium, but it evolves a little more. Nolan, it's like he just is in a circle with this one, and I don't think Tenet is anything incredible.
I gotta say, this was the thing that for Tenet that did it when I realized that the time thing was sort of the gimmick. Have you guys seen it?
No, I didn't see it yet.
All right. So the Nolan always has a gimmick, right? Nolan always has the thing. And in this one, it's that some magic from the future can make you can essentially reverse your time stream so that you are moving backwards in time while other people are still moving forwards in time. And so there's people moving in reverse, and there's a lot of the cool effects come from shots, people moving in reverse, or literally things that were once shot forwards that were then turned in reverse. And the complicated thing is how that's then integrated with people, how you're layering some footage that was shot and rewound over something that's shot and being played in the correct order. That said, using the gimmick of, let me, rewind the footage to make it look like I'm making the object fly into my hand is like literally is one of the oldest pieces of trick shooting that you can do. When we were learning like the original experimental film techniques on analog, on film, they were doing that then. And so part of me just couldn't get past the fact that the central visual gimmick of this movie was invented when film was. And it was like, yes, I appreciated the evolution of it. I appreciated the technology that went into layering it, but it was one of those things. Whenever I can tell how impressed a filmmaker is with themselves, it's a bit of a turnoff to the viewing process.
Yeah, I get that.
And this had elements. This had elements in that. It's like, oh, look, I made it go backwards. I'm like, yes. And I did that too when I was a freshman, not even in a film class because I couldn't get into intro to film my freshman year. But in my documentary portrait project filmmaking class, I learned how to do that. Thank you, Christopher Nolan. I don't have feelings. About that.
Mm-hmm. So should I go to the next one? Now, the next film is high up on this list, not because it's a good, obviously we're talking visuals, but there are certain movies that you watch and you're like, oh, we've reached the next step.
Yeah.
So anyone that's roughly my age in their early 30s remembers Dr. Dolittle from 98, where they had real animals and they CGI'd their mouths. And it looked weird, but it looked cool for back then.
Yeah.
We've now reached the level where they can CGI an animal doing stuff that's not animal-like, but it looks real because I didn't like what I watched of this movie. Like, I didn't like it. I don't think it's an interesting story. It's been told before, but it looks so real.
Yeah.
Every animal looks real, and that's what, when you review it like this for this topic or this category, I can't harp on it enough. The gorilla looks real. The bird, the dog, and the fur. That, like, it's really like a technical demo for what we can do with digital animals now. Really, at the end of these movies, you won't even have to see no animals were harmed in the making of this film because you won't need animals anymore. You don't need to get gorilla wranglers and bears. You can use this technology. So whoever worked on this was a Disney film. The one and only Ivan looked real. That being said, it's only high up because it's a technical achievement. I think it's a shitty movie.
This is not an endorsement for the film. Just for its visual
I love
effects.
Bryan Cranston. He's a great actor. Angelina Jolie's fine. I don't have any bad opinions of her. But man, this movie looks so good.
As my dad would put it, it's derivative.
It's derivative. Well, like, for example, this is for all the special effects categories, luckily, you can pick, like, this is a science fiction, this is the future, this is ancient, this is this. This is the real world. The production design is just 1970s America.
Yeah.
Everything is meant to look realistic, and that's why I liked it, because it looks like a gorilla's over here talking to you, and this dog's hanging out with this gorilla. It's so, like, the uncanny valley's gone.
Yeah.
So
no uncanny valley. I like him. Ever since I learned about that from Jeff, I see that in so many things. The uncanny valley. So tell me if I'm getting this right. So it specifically usually applies to faces, and it's when it's something, it's almost open but not quite, and so it leaves you in this sort of uncomfortable place where your mind can't quite fully reconcile it as human. I believe this is exactly why babies are get afraid of clowns, is because when they're that young and they've had so few different experience or faces in their window, in their face dictionary, as it were, if they see a clown, it's different enough from a human face that it lives in that uncanny valley and becomes really unsettling for them. And that's something I think we've seen, like, akin to that with a lot of CGI with animals or textures of things and stuff, where you're like, oh, it's almost right, but there's something that your brain can't quite reconcile.
Yep. This one fixed it. Like, I even was looking at the way the mouths moved on the animals. I'm like, okay,
yeah,
they even, like, figured it out. I don't know how to. I don't want to spin my wheels to say the same thing over and over again. But it looks great. Like, that's all I can say.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll read this one from Finn McCool. He decided to send another super chat. He says, "Mr. Chu, run from these phonies. Run from these hucksters and quacks that seek only to profit from your appearance. You have created greatness." Well, I agree with the last part. Well, Richard, you've been warned. I'm sure Finn McCool is a very, very trustworthy source.
He uses his real name.
Urging you to run from us. We are just horribly inauthentic, fake, awful people who are clearly just here to capitalize on your great success and have nothing else, no other reason for being here. So yeah, totally.
No!
And he's out. Darn! Wow, Finn, you were right all along.
Oh man, we've been had, Jessi.
No, I just ran off to get some tequila.
I don't need it if we get any more comments from Mr. McCool. So.
Oh man.
All right. So for the
Final
prize winner,
all right, Love and Monsters. So creativity is important when it comes to, for me at least. When I watch a film, I don't need to live in the world like some people. I just need to watch it, and everything needs to look like it's there. It needs to look like it's on set. People are interacting. This movie took the most fantastical designs on real world stuff and increased the size, but it felt like it was there. The weight, the look, the rendering, everything was perfect. Like the final fight scene on this beach with a giant crab, you're like, this is going to sound stupid and dumb. It looks so cool, and it's so creative and so original. I even said to Jessi, is this based off a comic? I wonder if it is. Nope, it's not.
No.
It's none of that stuff. This movie, this isn't hyperbolic. Every creature design was well done. There were practical effects in the beginning. There's this giant cockroach. They cut its head off or whatever. All real. All, big puppet. Looked great. When you go out into the surface world, it's these giant giant frogs, giant slugs, giant beetles.
The snail honestly was one of the things for me. There's this snail that's its shell looks like a rock,
They call it a boulder snail.
The boulder snail, yeah. And I mean, the way this is shot, the kid's standing in front of this giant boulder that all of a sudden just moves, and it just looks like rocks are moving. I mean, it's again that any of that texturing or the weirdness that obviously CGI elements are gone, and then it's crazy what they do with the eyes.
This movie is how, but put it like this, the one and only Ivan, how I praised it for its realism. This movie does that, but adds fantastical elements to it because, like I said, everything looks like it belongs in. It's our world. It's not an alien planet. It's not the future or something crazy. It's not even a nuclear fallout per se. But it doesn't look like an actor running on a green screen. It doesn't look like a guy throwing a puppet or something hollow. It looks like he fights this giant sandworm style thing, and he throws a grenade in his mouth,
and it blows.
And you cheer because it looks cool, but you also cheer because it's epic. Like, I'm trying to not review this movie on a film level and just the effects, but from every minute of this movie looks great, and it's so hard to. There's nothing bad to say about it.
Since it is the one and only time it's going to come up, I would like to take a second to slightly review this movie. Because, like I said, I wish this had ended up in the screenwriting category. If you go and read Sid Field's Screenplay, the book that they make every person who wants to write screenplays read at some point in school, he tells you that there's really only two basic good structures for a movie, and he's really right. There's a lot of room to play and reconstruct and whatnot, but in terms of just to pace out a good 90-minute to 2-hour story, he goes the 3-act structure is your best bet. It's clean, it's neat, and the best part is you can go non-linear. You can go. I mean, almost everything we in the best picture category follows the three. I think everything does follow the 3-act structure, pretty much to a T. You can see when the break into one, the break into girl movie. Why can't the Promising Young Woman? Yeah. Promising Young Woman. It's like it puts it on the screen for you, right? When the moment that the 1 comes up, is the hook is done and we've started the first act, and the moment the 2 comes up is the break into 2. It's the in terms of the pacing. So it's really all of that. And then Love and Monsters is this other type of valid form of screenplay, which is the epic journey.
I'll go as far to say this is the type of movie. I don't want to call it like a modern, like Back to the Future style, like guy going on this journey, changing who he is.
Well, it's an epic. That's what a hero's journey is.
It's so great, though.
The epic journey, the hero's journey is, the Odyssey. It's that. It's beat it out. It's a more complicated script design, because instead of a nice clean, all right, here's your first 30 minutes, here's your next 45, and then your final 30, here's 12 beats basically, if I remember correctly, and here's the call to the reluctant hero, here's the call to action, here's the mysterious mentor figure, here's the moment of self-doubt, here's it beats out exactly.
And I gotta say too, it's incredibly modern. Yeah. For a movie like Ready Player One that tries to tap into the tropes of modern video game culture and what the kids are into and all this stuff, this movie, it's like, okay, so the zombie craze is over, but we all like a post-apocalyptic entertainment. Yeah. And it's I don't know how to say it. Like, it's not modern in a bad way. It's just like the modernization of what you'd want from the hero's journey, and it avoids any of the problems people in our sphere would hate. It's just a great journey. The hero's never treated like crap. You can get behind the guy. It's so refreshing.
Point about being modern, I think it's it's people are chasing the references. They want the pop culture reference to the time, to get the time period, or the lingo, or the cool hip words or phrases that the kids say to make it sound right. And this is just, it's the attitude that's there. And so all the dialogue, and that's what, to me, when you read really good screenwriting, when you see really good screenwriting, everything the character says, actually Mank was a great example of that. Everything that's coming out of Gary Oldman's mouth has this beautiful flow to it. Judas and the Black Messiah, with all of Daniel Kaluuya's the flow and the poetry and the rhythm to the way he's speaking. It's not like, when you hear that, it doesn't feel like the screenwriter sat down and wrote a bunch of words. It feels like the screenwriter sat down and saw that moment through the character's eyes and wrote what they would say. And so that's what this character feels like, but on a less grand stage it's that he's a modern person, and because his perspective and his outlook is so clear, the stuff he says is temporal, it's relatable, it addresses the struggles of the young people today, because it's not trying so hard to, it just develops a character with a point of view, and so everything that comes from that character logically follows.
And you get behind him because it's a noble goal what he's doing, and the ending isn't what you'd expect.
Yeah,
they give this guy a set and you don't even realize it. Like he's played up as like this weak, useless guy in the bunker, but he goes on this journey and he nuts up right in the beginning of the movie.
Oh yeah, well that's like, Zombieland. You got it's time to nut up or shut up, and that's that. It takes the whole fucking movie for Jesse Eisenberg to have his nut up moment.
Yep.
And that's what we're used to seeing. That's what we're conditioned to seeing on these epic journeys, which we usually see in comedies now, the road trip movies and whatnot. And we're conditioned to seeing these, weak young characters who have to wait the entire movie before they finally have their nut up or shut up moment. And this kid nuts up right away. He's like, all right, I'm gonna nut up. And it takes him a while to learn the skills he needs to learn and get all the tools and all the experiences. But he's a character with so many characters. And that's actually a complaint I have in other elements, other movies from this year too. Some characters that are supposed to be our point of view characters lack agency. They lack any agency, and we drown in their lack of direction, their lack of agency. And he's from the moment this story is introduced, the story is about why today? Why is the story being told today? Today is the day that this character decides to do something. And exactly. And it's exciting because we don't have to wait the whole movie for him to make a decision. We watch him make the decision, then we spend the movie watching the growth and the consequences from that decision.
2 last points real quick. Every actor in the movie did a great job. Everybody, from the little kid to the main guy.
Oh my God.
And then there were moments that were pretty scary. Like there were the tension in general. It hit every emotion. Like that's the sign of a good movie.
Last thing I'll say. This is, to me, also, again, every box, like it's visually has these incredible things, emotionally has these incredible things. Screenwriting, talked about all that. Another part in the screenwriting, all of it throws little Chekhov's guns into the entire beginning, and it does it in that way where you're like, oh, I can't wait to see that get paid off later, but then it sucks you into the story and you forget. So when it does come back for the payoff, it's exciting. It's not that like, oh, okay, well, we're obviously gonna pay this moment off now, but you get that moment of, oh, I know this. It's like a guy, like it's funny because the one of the speedy plots of this movie is this guy making this guidebook to these monsters, and the movie feels like a guidebook to itself. So by the end, we're on board on the journey. Now we're not in the dark playing catch up. What's this post-apocalyptic world? We're on the journey with him going, oh, this is what's going to happen. There's a big, this is what I don't want to spoil because I really want everyone to go watch this one. There's a moment right at the end. And it's to me, one of the great screenwriting with good foreshadowing. It's not when you don't figure it out until it happens. It's when you don't figure out until the moment before it happens. It's you have no idea it's coming, and then the moment before it does, you go, "Oh my God!" and then it hits. That is great, and that's what happens. That's what happened for me in this one. So, everyone go watch this movie. All right, I'm gonna read some super chats, and then we'll move to the next category. Mm-hmm. Okay. Doc Holliday says, just saying hello. Well, hello, Doc Holiday. And I noticed you ended your super chat with a comma, which we always appreciate because you guys are fine. Comma. That's our favorite super chat ever. That Baltimore guy. It was in relation. I think we have been jokingly apologizing for going on a tangent or something like that. And so that Baltimore guy sent us a super chat that said, you guys are fine. And it mistakenly had a comma instead of a period. And we just got such a kick out of it. Because we read it out of context, too. We didn't read it until maybe half an hour later or so. So just out of nowhere, someone just shows up to go, you guys are fine, with a comma. So we're just waiting for the follow-up. Like, is there a but? Is there an anything? And also, like, in the context, we're being forgiven for our transgressions. But out of context, we're being rated as merely acceptable. But,
comma.
At least it's better than being. Oh God, runs.
Lyndsey's turn, right? I mean, she wants to.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm here Googling pronunciations of names just to double check. Okay.
As soon as I read the super chat, the floor was going to be Lyndsey's, and I was going to shut up for a good long while. But Runs with Phantom says Buffalo Jeff So this is meant to be read in the Buffalo Jeff voice, which
the Oscar goes to Jam Ram.
there you go.
There you go. Thank you, Resident Phantoms.
Buffalo Jeff is Jeff's alter ego.
Don't call my alter ego. It's a voice I do on my show that makes my friend very uncomfortable. So.
And now he reads children's books. So
Yeah, I gotta edit the Cat in the Hat tomorrow.
all right, Lyndsey, I'll let you do a choice which you want to start with.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I know I have the actor and actress categories, but I'm tempted to go through both lead and supporting. If that's okay, I can just,
yeah, absolutely.
I won't take too long, I guess. Okay, so let's start with supporting. We'll start with actor in a supporting role. The nominees are Sacha Baron Cohen, Daniel Kaluuya, Leslie Odom Jr., Paul Raci, and Lakeith Stanfield. Okay, so this category is kind of interesting to me, the way that they chose the nominees. So both Daniel Kaluuya and Lakeith Stanfield are both in Judas and the Black Messiah, which at first when I was thinking about it, I thought one of them must be the lead. But then I guess, I watched the movie again last night, and it feels like the main focus of the movie does shift throughout.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair that they both got nominated in this category when no one was, I guess, up for being nominated in the lead role category from this movie. Also interesting that for me, echo, is that me or?
Here, let's see, we can figure it out. It might be us.
Okay. Well, okay. So for both the Trial of Chicago 7, where Sacha Baron Cohen was nominated, and One Night in Miami, where Leslie Odom Jr. was nominated, I thought both movies had so many great performances from actors in these ensemble casts. So it was I wonder how they decided to choose these two particular actors in both. I thought their performances were great, but I thought there were other great performances as well. So I guess each movie decides which actors they want to push for the nominations. So it's interesting what that process was. I figured both of them were like Leslie Odom Jr. I guess he's hot right now with Hamilton, right? And Sacha Baron Cohen, he has another movie nominated this year. So maybe that has something to do with it, the fact that they're both kind of in the limelight right now. And then the last one, Paul Raci, I thought he was lovely in the role too. I think the role was maybe more simple than some of the others. But I did enjoy Sound of Metal. I didn't think it was too slow. Actually, I enjoyed the movie. But of these 5 actors, I think the Oscar, I think will go to one of the actors in Judas and the Black Messiah. And after watching the movie again last night, because the Lakeith Stanfield character is very unlikable in the role. So I wondered if that was playing into my bias, but no, I think that Daniel Kaluuya had way more range in his role. I think Lakeith Stanfield's character's apathy made the performance less dynamic, just the nature of the role and the fact that it was him trying to avoid the fight and the struggle. I think that made his performance less interesting. It's interesting,
Not to cut into it, but that's kind of exactly when I talked about characters that didn't have agency. He was one who felt like he lacked a point of view. He lacked agency. We never even saw where he lived. Like we were so disconnected from him as a character, you know?
Yeah. I think it's a shame. I was reading an article about this movie and a couple things. One, Judas and the Black Messiah. I guess Judas is obviously the Lakeith Stanfield character who I guess what's the word?
Betrayed.
Betrayed the savior.
Yeah.
But in real life, his character was 17. The real life person was 17. In which case, I would have felt way more sympathetic for the character, way more empathy if that were the case. I kind of wish they had a 17-year-old in the role, because you can understand how the FBI could be the force that's tricking this 17-year-old kid. It's way more tragic that way.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I was wondering, because when they showed the interview at the end, it was weird because they showed in the beginning. Yeah, in the beginning, it was the actor doing the portion of the interview, and at the end they show him, and I'm like, they look the same age. Like, he was the same age in the interview as in the movie. I was like scratching my head for a second. That really
did look really good for his age. He was about 40. I looked this up too. He was about 40 during that interview. But Lakeith Stanfield was probably, I think he's in his late 20s. And this takes place in the 60s or early 70s. And
early 70s.
Early 70s. And the interview was in the late 80s, I believe.
Yeah, 89.
I think you made a great point there, Lyndsey.
Yeah.
The motivation of the character, because if he's immature, he's just looking for a way out.
Yeah.
He's not being as manipulative as if he were 29 years old.
Yeah. And it's way more tragic. The whole film becomes, it would become way more tragic, and it would become like there's not just an enemy and there's not just the villain and the hero. It's in real life, it was more complicated than that. And it's sad that, in the real world, that this guy committed suicide after it was found out as well, when really he wasn't the ultimate villain. I think
no, not at all.
The villain would have been the FBI in this case when it comes to
I actually have a lot to say about that in the screenwriting elements as well. So
I won't do too much here. So I do wish I saw a kid in the role. I would have probably enjoyed that performance much more, and it would have been way more nuanced. But yes, I would think that Daniel Kaluuya would win this actor in the supporting role Oscar.
I have a feeling he feels even like it almost feels like the character. Pause for male insecurity.
Testosterone.
Oh, I'm a man.
Family every week.
Oh my God. It almost feels like his role was written for, like, it's one of those ones where you're like, oh, the person who wrote his lines was like, we are writing this character to win an Oscar. How could we not?
But also, like you said before, the way he took on that voice, like it felt very purposeful. It really set the mood of the piece. Yeah. I think there were other roles, which we'll get to later, that felt more like Oscar roles. But this one, I thought it was beautifully done for what it was.
Yeah. No, I had certain issues with the movie. It sounds like you did too, with some of the same structural elements. But the one thing that really, really compelled me and kept me in it was anytime he was on the screen, he really, you can tell sometimes when an actor connects to a role. And I can imagine I personally, as an actor, feel like it's already it is really easy to connect to an icon whenever you're trying to step into those shoes. Maybe that's just because I'm a megalomaniac at heart. So that's relatable for me. But it's you could really, like, I felt his connection to that role. Like it's one of those things you disappeared into. You believed he was Fred Hampton,
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so for the actress, actress in a supporting role, nominees are Maria Bakalova from Borat's subsequent movie film delivery of prodigious bribe to American regime for making, Glenn Close in Hillbilly Elegy, Olivia Colman in The Father, Amanda Seyfried in Mank, and Yejung Yoon in Minari.
And before you start into this one, I'm just going to read a few of our super chats that we did have come in.
Sweet Pea
is here. We have from Andy McCallum. He says, really enjoying tonight's stream. Thank you so much. And thanks for being awake for it, because I assume it's pretty late when you are. Not too late yet, I guess. maybe, what are you, like 9 hours?
Like 8 hours difference.
8 hours. We have another one from our good friend Finn McCool, who says, run, Mr. Chu, run from these hacks, run before they suck you into supporting wokeness.
Oh, that's great. Jessi, you're woke.
I know, I'm super woke. I'm the wokest person.
No, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's super fun.
I'm glad it's time to get away.
Doc Holiday says MegaCon in August. Drinks on me. It's off subject. Will you two be going? Where is MegaCon?
Depends on what part of August and where in the world it is. Because we got a wedding. We have a wedding to go to. Summer Nationals. We're going to be gone.
A lot of the summer.
Most of the summer.
Yeah.
Is going to be working from the road.
True story. So depending on when and where. And hello, Richard and Lyndsey. And we had somebody asking who these lovely guests are. We know of people coming in and out. So I will stop occasionally just to give the quick summary on our wonderful, lovely panelists. Lyndsey is my very good friend, an actress, and an actress who, how did you put it? Who codes while waiting for the big break.
Yeah, I do iOS development. I'm a software engineer, but also an actress right now. I used to be a model.
You can find all of her modeling pictures online. They're all there. Lyndsey Scott. It's pretty easy to find. I think it's so because the thing about Lyndsey is I didn't know half of her accomplishments in her resume for years of knowing her because she doesn't talk about it or brag about herself at all. And one day I found her Wikipedia page and I was like, holy shit balls. So it's really fun to go find all of her awesome modeling pictures because she has awesome ones. Anyway.
Thank you.
And then Richard as an editor who just, won an Academy Award for this movie that we kind of like. It's what was Star Wars? Star Wars. Yeah. 1977. So that's Richard.
Yeah, but I was so impressed to hear you worked on The Conversation and also One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Like, wow, that's a first 3-4 career if I ever heard of one.
Right. I didn't even go to film school, I mean, that's how lucky I was that I got paid to go to film school on the way.
Exactly.
We're not going to talk about Revenge of the Nerds too?
Oh,
right. That's
wow, you left that on the list.
I have a hard time explaining to my kids when they were, young at that time, like, Dad, why did you do that? Well, I mean, it's a really good explanation of how one's career goes because you choose projects for different reasons and you're at a different point in life. You can't always play for the Dodgers,
Exactly.
You gotta go AA, single A ball, I mean, it's not always like our whole career, playing in the major leagues. So, and you do them sometimes for friendship. So there you go.
There you go.
Well, I didn't know you edited that. I've seen that movie a dozen times.
Jeff's a fan.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun working on it. Sometimes the pictures, that you feel like are lesser credits and all that, you have the greatest time working with the people that are around you.
Absolutely.
So how do you weigh fun, and good relationships with like how a movie's perceived? So, I mean, it's hard to, sometimes some of the best well-known directors I've worked with are like the toughest assignments.
Yeah. We got hints of some of those stories too on the interviews. So that's I see a lot of people really excited to see Richard here and hear about his work and his resume. And if you're not aware, we did do 4 wonderful interviews of very, very long length they're all up on the channel. They're featured up on the channel. So if you did not get a chance to sit down and go through those, they're absolute gems. Totally wonderful.
We got to go back to Lyndsey. She's like finishing her categories.
Yeah, well,
she's starting a new one. She's got 4 categories. So,
Okay, should I get going? And I saw a super chat. Hi, cybersecurity person who shouted me out.
Oh yeah, Andy McCallum. He says he's in
cybersecurity,
so loves that you're a software engineer.
Well, nice to kind of.
He's that limey over on Live It. So I think you guys have been in the chat together before over there.
Yeah.
You recognize from that. Yeah. Good shit.
All right.
So you laid out our yes.
Okay, so the Maria Bakalova one was an interesting nomination. I kind of love that she came out of nowhere to get this. I feel kind of proud of her for this. I don't know if it was it was kind of a strange choice, But I do appreciate that.
We love
You
her
know,
in that.
Oh, she's hilarious.
She's the best part of them. I mean, she's really phenomenal.
yeah.
She's the thing
Yeah.
that breathes new life into a sequel, essentially.
Yeah, but I like just as an Oscar nominee, it was so unique. But I loved her in the movie, and I love that she got nominated.
Can I say one thing about her that I heard in an interview with Sacha Baron Cohen?
Yeah, I think I saw this one.
But he was asked, like, what language were you speaking? And in these scenes where you think they're speaking whatever, so Maria was speaking Bulgarian.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor of the town was actually speaking what is it? Whatever.
Kaz. Yeah.
And then Cohen was speaking Hebrew. So none of them realized what the other was really saying, but it was the rhythm that they were saying it and the intent they were saying it with. It made you realize like they probably understood each other. So I found that hilarious.
Oh my God. That's brilliant.
Now I want to rewatch it again.
Yeah, and I loved how I think it might have been the same interview where Sacha Baron Cohen, even way before, he was pushing for the Oscar for her, which was pretty cool that he manifested this for her, which is.
Can you imagine what she had to go through? Because she had to be as good in improvisation as what demanded the situation. And she's so young, you put in that situation, but she was like such a trooper.
And she was so brave too. To be put in some of those situations, like especially towards the end.
Oh my God! Yeah, to be alone in a room with what's his butt? I would be.
Yeah. That
not alone, but
kind of twisted that narrative though, because they said that he went after a 15-year-old, but she didn't say she was 15. She was. I really loved her in the role. She was very lovable. So it's nice to see her get this recognition in the Oscars, which is obviously huge. Okay, so there's let's see who I'll go to next. Okay, Amanda Seyfried. She was very cute in her role. I enjoyed the movie just because I like old Hollywood, and it's nice to see some of the backstories, I guess, or I don't know how real everything was, but it was nice to watch, to see like even something in that genre being approached from fresh eyes.
I appreciated that was one of the first times I think Amanda Seyfried actually disappeared into a role for me.
Yeah, I enjoyed her in that role a lot. There wasn't a lot of her in the movie, but there were some moments, I guess, towards the end where she did have some interesting moments for her character. Olivia Colman, I think it was this sort of movie where like she was multiple people. It's hard to kind of just peg her as the best actress in a supporting role for that movie because there was so much swapping going on, but I mean she's a great actress. Okay, then Yoo Jung-yoon, she was amazing. Like I really loved that role. I think to see this role, she was the grandmother in the movie.
She's the grandmother. Okay,
and so she was hilarious. She was so unexpected in this movie. I think she was probably the best part of the movie for me. So yeah, it was nice to see her nominated for this. But my number one would definitely be Glenn Close. I actually really enjoyed Hillbilly Elegy in general. I really loved Amy Adams in her role too, personally. But Glenn Close she transformed into a completely different person that fit the story so well. I thought she was just amazing, and she's definitely my pick for the best actress in a supporting role, even though there were a lot of strong actresses in this category.
I did not get to see that one yet. Oh. Funny story though, my former friend Kelly, some years ago.
You don't need to say it like that.
My old friend Kelly, some years ago, she had an audition and it was Hillbilly Elegy, and she was like, "This has got to be a fake title or like a not real or whatever." Or this, she did end up going because I think it was another friend I had was like she was working was working like as an assistant role for the whatever production house was doing it, and was like, no, that's a movie we're working on. Like, you should probably go take that audition. And she was like, oh.
Did she?
Oh yeah, she didn't get it, but she took the
I
audition.
know.
Yeah, obviously we got it.
I mean,
Yeah, we didn't see her.
Yeah.
Well, we would have known.
Yeah.
We would have known. But
Yeah, it's a shame that Amy Adams wasn't nominated for. I thought she was amazing. Maybe I could be. Did you see it, Richard?
No, I haven't.
Well, I mean, she's amazing in a lot of roles, I guess.
Why do you think the film got so many negative reviews?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it was a perfect film. Like, I enjoyed it, but I could see how other people might not. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the negative reviews would say. I didn't read them. Richard, what did they say specifically about the film?
Basically, it's like poor porn.
What?
You know, it's kind of like obvious and that kind of thing. That it was like taking the easy path of how to present rural people that are out and so on. So, I mean, I didn't read them all, but basically it just most of the reviews panned the movie. And I think we're not. I don't know. I mean, if Ron Howard, if it were a different director, maybe that director would have gotten more sympathy. But because he's done such big pictures, and he's so well known and established, that might have worked against the picture as far as reviewers are concerned.
And I wonder how much of that is honest criticism based on the content of the film versus criticism that people feel very comfortably doling out today based on the identity of the filmmaker, which is something we see.
Excellent
you know, and I'm curious now to see the movie and you know, look at that comparison.
Yeah. I thought Amy Adams, she had mental illness in the movie that wasn't a typical, like, it's not the typical depiction of mental illness that you see. I think she was bipolar, perhaps, and you could see the highs and lows, and it was, her portrayal was just nuanced to me. Maybe, you know, I missed some things, but I enjoyed her performance, and Glenn Close was just amazing for me. She was amazing for me.
But then also, I mean, maybe that begs the question too, where, you know, the heart and soul of the film maybe hinges on the exploration of her mental illness, and that there's, you know, sometimes, okay, we'll use sort of a cookie cutter backdrop of poverty.
No, she wasn't she wasn't the main character.
Yeah, because to put it another way, that I think sometimes when people are criticizing, sometimes in the modern era where people are criticizing based on one ideological misstep or another, they end up overlooking the actual triumphs or value that the film has.
Well, I'll rewatch it at some point. I'm excited to see it again and read the reviews even to understand what.
I'm really curious now.
I want to see it. Just
but I wouldn't be like it wouldn't be one of my best pictures nominees for example. But I do think there were a couple strong female performances.
Nice.
Good.
Couple super chats I wanted to read. Bo Darville wants to know, why was Ernest Goes to Jail snubbed at the 1991 Oscars?
Good question. I've been wondering this myself for a very long time.
Since 91, personally. My whole life has been plagued with why not Ernest.
My first conscious memory was thinking.
Well, you remember your first atrocity in life, and yours, sadly, was going to jail, getting snubbed at the Oscars. And it's surprising that an entire generation grew up so not jaded by that terrible snubbing at the Oscars.
Richard, any insight onto this travesty?
Innocence was lost.
Oh, goodness.
Well, you know, the Oscars have this pretense of promoting the industry and promoting decency. And,
are you suggesting
it's not enough? You know, we're trying to present ourselves as more highbrow and as art and stuff. But basically, we all know it's about commerce. I mean, that's the whole reason of the Oscars. It's to promote the industry, the commerce of it. So, you know, maybe if it, I don't know, did like 100 million at the box office, it would have gotten recognition.
There you go.
Wow. I'm looking at the Hillbilly. So this, sorry to distract him.
Oh, not a
but I'm looking at the Hillbilly Elegy Rotten Tomatoes. 26% tomato meter, but 83% audience score. How does that happen?
Again.
There you go. Because that's
There's frequently that discrepancy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I totally know.
And the more viewers like it, or let's put it the other way, the more critics dislike a picture, the more the normal viewer likes it.
Not always, but.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But it does happen.
But I often find that when you have the critics panning a movie that the audience loves, especially this type of movie, it's the critics decided collectively that this movie does not ideologically represent the things that we want ideologically represented right now. So we have to collectively say that it's garbage. But then when regular people go see it, they're like, oh, wow, that's a really compelling, good story.
Yeah, I'm so curious.
Yeah.
Who decides, I mean, when you're in the industry and you have like a premiere and the producers or the production company want to invite to the premiere the tastemakers, the people that have like media content, attention and stuff like that. So, that kind of says a lot about the snobbery that goes into whose opinion so-called is counted or valued.
Yeah. Sad reality. On a happier note, Mazers, thank you so much for the super chat and the thumbs up. I saw you earlier saying how much you love this stream, so thank you. Mazers says, God, that thumbs up with that dollar amount was a bad idea. Partially why I'm acknowledging your previous comments and post ones, because I noted that. I was like, a very generous super chat and using very little of the character limit allotted for such a generous super chat. So
I'll give you double your money.
Wanted to give you a little extra love. Thanks for being here, enjoying it. And to the rest of you who are jumping in, don't forget to press the like button. We've got over 144 likes right now. So thank you guys for making this stream such a smashing success. And a couple more super chats from Andy McCallum. Why has Neil Breen not been nominated?
He should have been.
Moving right along, Jessica Butler asks, thank you for that super chat, Andy McCallum. Love it. Hi, Jesse. Hey, Jesse and gang. Been missing you. Any chance you could go on a random rant? Lol. Well, Jessica Butler, you are in luck because I'm about to take my first category in just a moment. So with us entering the God Empress portion of the evening, in which ranting may or may not be a side effect. Thank you. Doc Holliday says, Richard, how much for 4K Blu-ray version of the original trilogy before the remake? Also a big fan of a lot of your work. Wow, thank you. Oh goodness. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely make some good money on a side hustle if you have a theatrical release hiding away, converted to Blu-ray anywhere.
Yeah, just sign the copy of the disc and there you go.
But we can't let him answer that question, Doc Holliday, lest we give credibility to Finn McCool claiming that we were just brought Richard here for what he can do for us. So
we're the worst.
We are the worst people ever. So Glenn Close gets it for actress and Daniel Kaluuya for actor.
Supporting both, yeah.
For supporting actor and actress.
Jesse, what was your category?
All right, so I was going to dive into my original screenwriting, and it's interesting because 3 of these movies really blew me away in terms of their structure, and then 2 of these movies I felt like, while I thought both of them deserved to be on the table in the Academy Awards conversation for different reasons, screenwriting was their weakest point. And for me, those movies, the ones where screenwriting was actually more of a detriment than a benefit, in spite of being nominated, were Sound of Metal and Judas and the Black Messiah. And so back to Sound of Metal, I want to take up not a lot because I could honestly do an entire 3-hour stream just going through all of these movies and why I felt the way I did. The Sound of Metal asked us to be invested without always giving us the reasons to. It made a lot of assumptions that we were going to go on this journey without giving us a lot of context or background. And the biggest detractions for me from it have to come with just the the way characters were used in this movie. And in that, it's interesting to hear now about that interview about the sound of metal, that structure, the intentional structure of a part A, the transitional part, and part B. But I don't like when I find it. I always ding a movie when it puts something in, when a device only has one use. To me, good screenwriting doesn't just interject something to have its sole purpose and then you move on from it and never see it again. Like the movies that introduce a character and tell you why they're so important 10 minutes before you kill them and expect you to cry over it. And so Sound of Metal did that for me with, it's first with the girlfriend. We're dropped into a relationship where two people very desperately care about each other and need each other. It's very clear that it's a codependent relationship from the get-go. But we're only given very subtle, small hints at why we're supposed to be invested or care. It really doesn't come out, like her suicidal tendencies don't come until much later. His drug addiction comes early on. So we get the sense that he needs her as the support system early on. And that's given to us from the get-go. And so it becomes jarring and disjointed for me to be given that information right from the get-go, that I'm supposed to care about Ruben's girlfriend. He needs her because she helps him with his addiction. But I'm also being told just as early, well, he needs you too. She needs you too. Or not just as early, shortly thereafter when they part ways, I'm being told, well, she needs you too. But I'm not told why until much later in the story. It's revealed in very small pieces about her self-harming and the depression, and then the full unraveling about her mother and that history isn't told to me. Their relationship, their codependency isn't revealed to me until that third act. So I'm being asked to care very deeply about this relationship without being told why I'm supposed to yet. And then we go into the deaf commune, and this man who is the guru who shows up out of nowhere, literally only to be the guidepost in his life to give him the one lesson he's going to need that's going to come back to him at the end. And that's it. That's his only value. His only value is to show up here to drop these lessons and then fuck off. And so by comparison, Love and Monsters has the guide, the mentor character, who is an integral piece of the story. He gives the character not just one tool that he needs to put all the last piece of the puzzle together at the end of the story. He gives them all of the tools. He gives him the pieces, the seeds that are going to sprout into the lessons for himself. It's not all just given. And so to me, Ruben's another character who lacks agency. He spends a lot of this movie, and he has one idea and he does it. That's all he does. He doesn't stop to question it. He doesn't stop to reevaluate himself at any point. He never, while at the commune, gives into the lesson of stillness. He never even tries. And at no point does he ever try to sit still. He just, boom. He goes on this mission. He never stops to ask a question. He's just, boom, on this track. And we're watching him just rebuff every influence until finally at the end, when again out of nowhere we meet the dad, this critically important character, or so we think, who literally just appears to spend 10 minutes verbally explaining this thing. Drives me crazy. If your characters have to sit down and explain to me why something is happening, if your character has to tell me a history that you both like, well, you already know this, but let me explain it to you anyway for the audience's benefit, drives me effing crazy. And that's the entirety of Ruben's visit to Paris with the dad, is just to have that expository moment, just so we can all build to that one moment of self-actualization at the end where he finally sits still. If stillness is supposed to be the payoff of the movie, then motion needs to be a more purposeful theme. And because Ruben's character lacks purpose, the themes that are attached to him, because we go with his point of view, lack the same purpose. And so the payoffs that we're supposed to want feel lesser. And that is my personal opinion. Obviously, a lot of people thoroughly enjoyed it, and I wanted to more than I did. And it had a lot of value out of the acting. Really, I can't ding the acting for a second. Everybody really brought it on the performances. But I was scratching my head as to why it ended up in the screenwriting category, because I had so many questions about the writing choices. John Jenkins, yes, you just happened to show up when I'm discussing my category. But in a moment, somebody else will get another solid chunk to discuss theirs.
Chunk there.
And then for me, Judas and the Black Messiah, the simplest way to put that one is there are propaganda films, and there are movies that are meant to be movies. And social justice propaganda films are a subset of films that have shown up a lot lately. And there's nothing wrong with making a social justice propaganda film if you want to go make a social justice propaganda film. But there becomes a moment in the filmmaking process where you make a choice as to whether you're going to explore the depth of the characters and their humanity and their motivation, or whether you're going to worry about hammering home the message you're trying to tell. And Judas and the Black Messiah did that to a T. We always say heroes are only as good as their villains. These villains were flat. It just assumed, okay, well, the villains are the police and the FBI, and the police are bad, and the FBI is just like the bigger police, so they're bad too. So we don't need to make anything more than cardboard cutouts of bad white men to represent the FBI and the police, and you'll all understand that these are the bad guys. And it's, if you don't take the time and do the work to develop a real bad guy, we don't feel their presence as sinisterly. If you don't take the time to give your main character a point of view and agency and humanity, you know, as Lyndsey pointed out, I was blown away to learn he was supposed to be 17 years old, because that changes everything.
Wait, who was?
The main character, or the
I looked it up. Bill O'Neill.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that.
He was supposed to be even younger than Fred Hampton. Yeah. It changes everything.
Yeah,
you know, we never see where he lives. We never see his family, his attachments, anything to do with his life. Our point of view character, we are isolated from. And it seems to me once I learned that, it was very clear why that was a choice, because we are supposed to believe he is a bad guy. I mean, it's right there in the title, Judas and the Black Messiah. Judas is the bad guy in the story, you know.
First pieces of silver.
And so we're supposed to believe he's the bad guy from the get-go. So, if we age him up, it'll make him less sympathetic. So let's write it to age him up for that purpose alone. And then my other biggest complaints about the writing were, in addition to his personal, the lack of exploring the personal lives of these characters. It did a great job of bringing one-to-one the history of the time, you know, including a lot of the referencing original footage, including pulling lines, you know, the events directly as they happen, including the effective assassination of Fred Hampton. And that stuff's great. But that's all out there. That's all on newsreels and in articles and public knowledge that anybody can go and access and digest. When you want to make a film, you have an opportunity to get into these characters' heads, to explore their lives and their motivations and their desires. And when you just send them away for half the movie, or we never see more than a little snapshot, to me, like the relationship between Fred Hampton and his lady was so underdeveloped. You know, the scenes that we had with them were precious and deep and poetic and meaningful, but there were two of them, you know, and that's just not enough in a movie that wants to have as much heart as this one was going for. So that's for me why those two ended up where they were. And so we're left with Promising Young Woman, Minari, and Trial of Chicago 7. Promising Young Woman had so many visual metaphors that I adored. The donut blood splatter, you know, starting with that was one of the first ones in the beginning. And I mean, like, I probably won't spend as much time saying as many good things about these, as many bad things. Just go watch them. These are amazing in terms of those elements. It took me a minute. Like, it took me until the break into the third act of Promising Young Woman to decide that I still, where it landed for me in my hierarchy. Because until that point, I was blown away again. I was like, the editing really is enhancing the storytelling in this journey. Like, it really, the screenwriting. Sorry, the screenwriting is really enhancing the storytelling on this journey. The as I was talking about, the way, like, even visually, you have a number 1 on the screen when the first act starts. You have a number 2 on the screen when it breaks into 2. And so this way that it was like some of these movies had really great point of views in terms of the storytelling. We're talking about Love and Monsters, how he's writing a guidebook, and so we have a guidebook on the way. She's checking off a book. She's checking names off a book, crossing names off a list. And we are, it's like when you hit that moment when you break into 3 and she's going to give up on her quest because the mother of her friend tells her to, I'm like, no, keep going, keep doing it. And that's the one place, the only place in this movie, the screenwriting, this movie is so tight in terms of its writing. Like everything matters. That to me is where I always look for really good screenwriting. Everything matters. Every character matters. They have a reason for being there beyond just a line here or a line there. If they're named, if they have a relationship, they mean something to the story. So much is done non-verbally. That's one of the other things with this one and Minari were the two like A+ for nonverbal writing. Like so much is told through the eyes, through what's not said, through the the setup of the room, the relationship between character A, character B. The one part that felt unearned for me was that break into 3, where the moment where you think she's going to abandon her quest, where she does for a time. Most of it tracked. Okay, she's got this new guy. He's making her feel better about life. She could let some of these things go, especially after having this cathartic talk with the mother. But that was the one part for me that was like, they were talking about in screenwriting or in acting, both. Why now? Why is this scene being told today? And for the turning point that makes her hang it all up and put the notebook away and say, I'm going to give up this mission, for the time being anyway. That chat with the mother of her childhood friend was a little thin as motivation for me. And that is literally the only thing that I can think to knock this movie for in terms of its writing, is that was just not for a big turn. I needed to just know maybe that this is the first time they'd seen each other in years. That's it. Like something to make that particular interaction a little more meaningful, because she's been so focused and so determined on this revenge kick and nothing will turn her away from it. And I get that the mother of her friend that she's doing this for is going to carry more weight than anybody else. But I needed just a little more context for why that conversation should carry the weight that it did. But aside from that, this movie has no fat on it. This movie is it's smart too. It's really, it's clever. It's, okay. So, when you were talking about Lyndsey, how it has this horror movie almost elements. This movie is such a classic. The biggest mistake you can make with this movie is to try to look at it as a modern feminist tale, because it's not. This movie is a classic revenge movie in every possible way, and it's brilliant in that regard. It reminds me of Fight Club in a lot of ways too, because it's in the same way that Fight Club addresses the existential angst of men living in the 90s who feel stifled by a lack of purpose. That's what this entire thing is breaking out of this existential nothingness. This movie taps into a very similar frustration and rage of women who have been kept under, women who grew up in this era of, and it's really specific too, because it's like there's an era of women who grew up in the old ways of shut your mouth and don't make these accusations. And if you say he did it, well, it's his word against yours and it's always going to go to him. And then watching the Me Too movement happen, everything change and this and that, but then still not getting justice for the things that happened before Me Too was a thing. And before that, it's such a really specific existential, crisis for people. And so it reminds me of Fight Club, because it in that same, inability to push forward, to move out of this moment that you've been stuck into, and reads like a great revenge movie. Because I would say revenge movies have two forms. They're the redemption stories and the just sort of pure revenge ones. The redemption ones are like a Beverly Hills Cop, where you're going on the outside of the law, but you're in the right and you're doing it for justice. And at the end of the day, you're absolved. Everyone's absolved. In the other ones, the person doing the avenging is equally as this movie is a brilliant form of Juvenalian satire, because it comments so harshly on the reality of a piece of society that we all live in. And it really does so by drawing from real world examples, drawing from things you can read about in the news, but then does not absolve its narrator from being a participant in that world, which is why she has to make the sacrifice at the end, and why there's that incredible moment, such a purposeful moment, where for all that she's done and all the injustice she's fought for, we see in this movie the first time she herself is actually put at a disadvantage physically from a man. She's not the demon she's fighting is not being the victim. It's being the person who couldn't help the victim, which is an entirely different struggle, which is part of, I think, what makes this movie so fresh and exciting. And what makes the themes so fun is they tie into that struggle, not the one we're used to seeing, which is the victim themselves and their struggle for survival.
It's funny. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, please go. Please go.
I think I read an article about the movie. The last act wasn't supposed to be there. That final revenge.
Yeah, it went through
Didn't exist at first.
Several rewrites, and we were reading about that too. Which is,
I kind of wish it had the darker ending. Because I was like, oh, we're watching Oscar movies. They always have to have that somber moment, like when we watched Nomadland. And then she still goes off. Like, oh, I was hoping this one would have that. Because I was like, oh, it's one of those.
Just get away with it.
Because I thought it would be a nice commentary on the real world.
Wow.
No, I loved the ending. As soon as that, like I said, as soon as that, it changed from the Roman numerals. Well, I mean, kind of, the 4 was a little suspicious too. But when you were sure it was no longer Roman numerals, and it's like, we crossed them off the list.
Exactly.
That was like, wow.
Oh, dude, no, it was visceral. That the ending for me felt like some of those early Black Mirror episodes when you have the payoff, like the guttural payoff, and you're like, oh, there. It was just.
But it's weird too, because now later Black Mirror wouldn't give you the payoff.
No,
because later Black Mirror is really like the guy, the one from Trial of Chicago 7, the FBI agent. He's in that one where he gets stuck in the computer.
Oh yeah,
not Will Polk, the kid from. Anyway, like. I like when you do the dystopian stuff, you gotta have those like dark ends, like Burgess Meredith, if the glasses break.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, she went on her mission, but she died in the process and nothing changed. It's like, oh, it's.
But I like when I like the change part because I like them, because then the message becomes that you have to sacrifice. Like, change sucks, it's hard, but you do have to sacrifice. And also, like, there are, anytime there's change or revolution or whatever, there are people who, are noble warriors, and there are people who do the dark, dirty work and then do have to pay. Serenity of all movies, based on Firefly, the sci-fi TV show. The operative's character is a great villain because he is aware that he is doing horrible things and he has no place in this future world that he's helping to build.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a good part of the, I don't know why I'm not going so much. There's a good part of the end where you think it's ending in the tragic way. I think that's where so it looks familiar in that sense for a good bit. But then that ending, it feels like it is unexpected. It's a twist at the end where like something, I mean, super spoilers, but what happens with her at the end, like that revenge does not look like revenge,
Yeah, it does not. It is so satisfying
until you find out that it is.
Exactly, and it is so satisfying.
Yeah,
it really, really is. Yeah, Jessica Butler, exactly. Moses doesn't get to the promised land. That's part of that story. And that's what I think what's so impressive about Promise. It promising a woman for having all of these really fresh new ideas in terms of the story it wants to tell is rooted in a lot of very classic universal human themes, which I think is what makes it so great.
And not mean-spirited.
Yeah. No,
because if it was mean-spirited, especially in today's climate, I think this movie would just be like some of the stuff we had said about some of the other like pandemic movies coming out at a weird time.
Yeah, it feels like it's cashing in on something.
Even though something like this would take longer to make, it still would come out in like a really weird window where it's like, and I don't think people would be as receptive to it if it had that meanness to it.
Yeah,
if she was violent.
Oh, she was more exactly, and that's that in its way is a great subversion. Because
I like that she can't do anything about like. If you read the thing, anytime she's like a red name, it means somebody beat her up trying to do this. So she didn't hit and beat up in the process.
Yeah.
To me, she's almost like a very no-powered Batman.
Yeah.
Where she's obsessed with this thing. And, the best Batman story would be he gets obsessed and dies.
Yeah.
But you can't make any money.
Exactly.
So I think a story like this is great where she has no purpose. Like she says in the movie, I gave up going to school. When she quit, I quit.
This, yeah.
What does she have left to do? Nothing.
Well, I always think it is a better ending too when you have that, when if the character gives up everything for that revenge, then the satisfying conclusion is for them, that's it. When the revenge is over, then then their journey is done. Let's hit a couple of super chats before we continue. Marco Escalando says, "Great show, y'all. You clean up nice, Jess. Thank you. I do try." And then we had Doc Holiday. Lyndsey, what is your opinion on Python? I think AI is our future.
Wrong stream. I think we can discuss some other time.
If we have some time at the end, we might circle back to these types of questions that'll take us far off topic. Annie McCallum, thank you for the super chat. I'd rather be placed into a chemically induced coma than watch anything that has SJW wokeness. P.S. Thunder Force for the best movie.
Well, luckily, Promising Young Woman really doesn't like it's. There's a line that people walk when talking about the wokeness, and Promising Young Woman, and like some of the other movies do fall into that. Like you said, SJW propaganda piece. Like,
I think Judas and the Black Messiah is definite, social justice propaganda.
If this movie was her walking around castrating dudes and getting away with it, this would be an SJW piece. But she can't physically do anything to these bigger dudes, and then at the end, when she tries, she fucking dies. Like, not just like a lame little death. It's like a couple minutes.
Brutal.
It's in real time. It's in real time how you would kill this person.
Exactly. It's very grittily real. There's something like the brutal reality of this movie.
When he puts his knee up on her, I was like, "Oh shit, it's over!" Because nobody does that.
And because the thing is this is not a movie. This is not a movie also that seeks to vilify the evil white man. It seeks to vilify a very specific type of person who is a very real person. This rich white asshole who goes to med school, law school, etc., and no matter what the hell they do, whether they kill people or not, daddy pays to get them off. And I grew up around those people. Those people exist. It's an incredibly real demographic, and this movie is a scathing indictment of that culture, based on that's driven from really real events. That's part of why it's so visceral. Is that the reality, the gritty reality? It's not a propaganda piece. It's not trying to convince you of something. It's trying to show you one version of coping with the brutal reality.
That's why it loses it for me though a little bit, because the ending's too fantastical. The cops get there on his wedding day, the exact time, and all this stuff.
It's a good revenge.
She arranged it.
A good revenge movie
that's not to me. That's not
good payoff. You like realism, though. I like fantasy.
But I like at the beginning. It felt
like I don't think there's. It's like it's talking about something like a realistic problem in a fantastical way.
Well, I think it's always supposed to be.
I don't think the movie felt realistic. It was heightened like the whole time. This woman with this book with these red lines and the donut blood, and it didn't feel like a purely realistic movie.
I agree with that. I feel like it definitely felt like a dark fantasy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it. When we're talking about it being realistic, I think that's where the movie loses me, because it's always been like, to me, it's always been heightened reality and fantasy. So I look at it as like just a movie, not like as scathing of his indictment, because it's kind of like if it was, it wouldn't then give you like this is what I'd like to see happen at the end.
Well, I don't agree with that at all, though, because I think you can absolutely root something in a real situation in order to create a fantastical, approach on it. I mean, look at something like Inglourious Bastards. Tarantino elects to change, or what's going on in Hollywood. Tarantino elects to change history. It's a fairy tale. It's a fantasy. It's his fantasy take on. It's a comment. It is. It's very much a commentary. When you add a fantastical storyline to a very real, gritty, event or happenstance, it is. It's the author's take, their fantasy version of how they'd like to see it go. It's their
and so much of it. I mean, like I don't know if your audience would even want to hear this, but so much of it is recognizable. Like, as a woman, it doesn't seem like that. That was that guy I met that time. That was that guy I met the other time.
And from a guy's standpoint, the end just feels like a little bit of wish fulfillment. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't like.
But what's wrong with wish fulfillment? I mean, like, the movies, that's part of what movies are there for. That's part of the.
She's avenging her friend's death.
Exactly. That's part of the escapism of movies.
But like,
it's
kind of hard though, because like when you watch Batman and the modern guys, Batman's doing bad stuff. So I think Batman's got to like pay too. And so like I can't get, you know what I'm saying? Like,
she dies. How much more do you want her to pay? She fucking dies.
Yeah, but it's like Thelma and Louise. Like, oh, they got caught and then they just kind of get their moment and ride off. It kind of takes away. It's like,
But like she doesn't even get her moment. Like she doesn't get to see the faces. She doesn't get to enjoy the comeuppance. She doesn't get to enjoy the comeuppance at all. She fucking died. She didn't, because it's not like she goes there wanting to die or deciding to die. German Nightmare Richard probably had to step out for a sec. I'm sure he'll be right back. Don't worry about it. She doesn't go there with the intention of dying. Like, that'd be different if it was if she went there to sacrifice herself, but she didn't go there to sacrifice herself. She went there hoped with a plan A, and this was plan B. So I don't really, it's not a complete fantasy happy ending, because it's not like she got what she wanted. She got the revenge she wanted, but she intended to live through that. So I think it's definitely has that, bittersweet ending as well.
What's next?
All right. We'll definitely circle back around.
What are you drinking, Richard?
Some fruit juice.
Oh,
hey, me too.
wholesome.
Yeah.
Oh, very wholesome.
Capri Sun, Roaring Waters edition.
It's grape. It's like grapefruit juice called Cabernet.
The best kind of juice.
Yeah.
We are almost out of our grapefruit juice.
Well, I'm just getting
Our grape juice. I think we have some red. I think we have some red over there if we need it.
started.
Oh, there we go. So, who's ringing? Somebody's ringing. All right. So we had then in original screenplay, we had Trial of Chicago 7 and Minari are what is left. And this was a really, actually, between these two was a really tough choice for me, because I thought they were both really brilliant and complete polar opposites in the way they're done, in which Trial of Chicago 7 juggles so many balls. Its triumph as a piece of screenwriting is how many pieces it integrates, how many characters it highlights, how many moments it shows you, how many moving pieces it has to handle at once. Minari's triumph in screenwriting is its simplicity, and it's how much it does with each single moment. So again, couldn't be more opposite. Each moment in Trial of Chicago 7 needs to have 8,000 things packed in order, in order to get the whole story out. And it still has these massive time jumps, these condensed time windows, in order to get you there. One of the great things too, and I love this because I was, doing a little comparing of the timeline of the actual events of the riot and mostly the riot to how they show it in the movie. One of my favorite elements is one of the nights actually did end in a poetry circle with Allen Ginsberg going "Om." So the fact they throw him in there being this, and the very aware commentary on him. It was fun anyway. Whereas you go to Minari is the polar opposite. Rather than trying to see how many different things and pieces we can put into each moment of this movie, Minari is how can each line and each scene mean 12 different things? How can we convey the American dream, the class struggle of American society, with the struggles of a man and a woman with different values, with Korean values, and how those values are at odds with the American values, and how those values manifest in the different generations. Like it's like any way you slice this script, it looks just as deep, just as rich, just as nuanced. And one moment will do all of those things. One moment will encapsulate this man's struggle to be a man, in the greater existential sense of what it means to be a man and provide for your family and do all these things. Whereas what it means to be a man in the Korean sense, what it means to be a man in the American sense versus what it means to be a man to him. And so every theme asks all of those questions: personal, American, Korean, big picture, small picture, and it does all of that without drawing your attention to any one or the other. Unlike moments, in say Sound of Metal. Well, this guy is only here telling him this thing, so this one moment can pay off in a single other moment later down in this movie. A line in Minari, one of the most striking ones for me in the beginning, is when the father explains to his son how what the smoke is for. The smoke is because we put the male chicks in there because they have no purpose. And that one line, was the metaphor for masculinity in that entire film. It was really, one of the things I remember learning about screenwriting initially is the balance of dialogue and stage direction. And a good screenplay has that in some sort of equilibrium where that's not always going to be 50-50, but that you're never overwhelmed by the set and the movement and the this and the that, but you're never overwhelmed by the dialogue and everything just stationary, two people talking at each other. And the relationship between the set and the motion and the dialogue was perfect. That balance it's like taking a beautifully balanced sword and holding it on the tip of your finger. Trial of Chicago 7 has that same balance. It's the funny thing is, for being a much more frenetic, much more packed piece, has the exact same balance.
I was going over my pronunciations again.
Oh,
I'll mute it though.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. The exact same balance where every character is given equal weight. And every element is explored, and there's the pressures. The great thing of the triumph of Trial of Chicago 7 is the conflict that's taken on every level. There's conflict between every character and the others, and there's camaraderie between almost every character, minus the villains, which are the older prosecution lawyer who's taking the backseat and the judge. But outside of them, there's a level of camaraderie between all of them. And one of the beautiful things to watch in this movie is the way when there's an actual opportunity to do something about Bobby Seale's predicament, how the others don't give a crap about their defense and what they need to do about their defense. If we can get Bobby Seale off because he doesn't need to be this, he has no part in this, then let's do that. And that focus that's driven into that narrative, and then once he's gone, then the way the focus shifts, and then the way the conflict that's been bubbling that's alluded to in the opening of the movie. Oh, you and Abby need to settle this stuff between you guys. It's just a one-off line from Kunstler to Tom Hayden in the beginning of the movie, and that tension simmers until after we've gotten through the Bobby Seale plot, and then it bubbles over and becomes the center point. And one of the most beautiful elements of balance in this film is just what is balance itself, is what everyone has to learn from each other. Abby and Ted, one of the exchanges in this is the value of just staking your claim and being unapologetic and not bending for 1 second to the man, versus the value of sometimes combing your hair the right way and putting on the suit to get the things you want to get, and how by the end of the movie they both learn the value in each other's approach. And so those exchanges, all of that balance again was just really, really beautifully woven into this whole story. And at the end of the day, what gives Minari for me the slight edge over Trial of Chicago 7 is just the non-verbal moments, the non-verbal storytelling. So much is done with words in Trial of Chicago 7, which is great. And there's a lot of visual elements, visual storytelling too, but I don't know if I can give how much of that I can give to the screenwriting. Because a lot of that are editing choices. A lot of the layering and the pairing were, choices in the editing room. Whereas a lot of that stillness and a lot of that layers of meaning were so prominent in Minari. It's a movie that, for all I've sat and thought about, and for all I've ruminated on, I can't find a ding in the screenplay for that movie. Like, I can't find a single thing to go, oh, that was a little too much or too heavy-handed, or just, I'll say that one or two slightly heavy-handed cultural moments. And outside of that, it's just so clean in its construction. So there you go. And that's any other thoughts on an original screenplay?
I didn't like Sound of Metal as a movie. Like, I'll never watch any of these again. Like, I dislike that one. I don't dislike the other ones, but I don't have any interest in watching them.
Oh, the last thing I'll say, really trippy experience. We double featured Judas and the Black Messiah and Trial of the Chicago 7. Mm-hmm. And trippy because there's a lot of overlap. Fred Hampton has a role in Trial of the Chicago 7. Interesting to me. And then again, that's what further led to that. Oh, this is kind of like a propaganda piece that for a movie about this man's life and these critical moments at the end of it, the fact that he was so crucially involved in this trial up until the minute he died, in spite of his impending reincarceration, feels like a really important part of Fred Hampton's life that was just not even referenced for a second in Judas and the Black Messiah. But that's it was a really solid and really, really solid double feature, and fascinating to compare the two of those back to back. All right. Well, that'll do it on screenwriting for me then. So let's moving through our rotation. Richard, you are up with foreign film. International film. You need to unmute yourself first. Let me see. Let me try it from.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Yep. Okay. So there are 5 that are outstanding, obviously, but for different reasons. And let me just go through with them, what they're about, because perhaps many of your audience or even some of you haven't seen them. The one from Bosnia Herzegovina is called Quo Vadis, Ida. And it's about a woman who has been a high school teacher in a small Bosnian town, and she ends up being a translator for the UN in their negotiations with the Bosnian Serb army that has occupied the town. And this refers back to in 1995, thereabouts, in the middle of the Bosnian Serbian war, that whole unrest in that, more than unrest, the war in that region, where the Serbians were trying to kill basically anybody who wasn't Serbian. And it's about the heroic effort that the woman Ida is trying to save the men that the Bosnian army are going to go off to kill. So up until this point, in terms of film, that era of history, the early 90s, has been such a rich source of material for film after film that basically have been made over the last 10 years, because the filmmakers grew up as children during that era. So, as we've seen with movies about World War II, the Nazis are always great villains. Well, every film that I've seen in the last 10 or 15 years, the Serbs are like the Nazis, because they're right-wing, bigot, superhero in their minds of the kind of people they are. So, and of course, what stands out in this film is that the writer-director is a woman who was not even a teenager. I think she was younger than her teenager years. Grew up in a town not far from Srebrenica, which is where this took place. And obviously, it made such an impression on her that by the time she grew up and became a filmmaker and has made several films, that she wrote and directed this film. It's a very moving film, and it, of course, with a woman writer-director, she made as a central character the woman who's the translator, and she's trying to save the men, basically. So it's really a great turnaround for war movies, because war movie heroes, of course, are always men, So the interesting background to this is that after this movie came out, the Serbs, especially the right-wing Serbs, condemned the 2 leads in it, because the lead that played the high school teacher and the lead that played the Serbian commander of the army that did the destruction, they're both Serbian. And so the people that criticized this movie one, the Serbians denied that this really happened. This is like fake news. And then two, that fellow Serbians are playing, these parts in this movie that condemns what the Serbs did. So it's really controversial in that area of the world, but it's a very moving film because of the efforts that are made, and then also points out the UN troops were really these Dutch troops that basically were powerless because the UN commanders kind of like checked out, wouldn't give them any commands or reinforcement, air cover to help combat against the Serbian army. And a point was made that many of the UN troops were these young Dutch soldiers who were like high school age, thereabouts, conscripted, as were the young Serbian soldiers in the army that did the slaughtering. And they were both these 17, 19-year-old kids, on the two sides. As we have seen in most wars, it's the young people that end up doing either the killing or being victimized. I mean, it's really a harrowing story that reminds us of our continuing, injustice toward each other. Yeah. So that's Quo Vadis Ida. The one from Denmark called Another Round is written and directed by Thomas Vinterberg, who, if you kind of follow the history, like 25 years, Dogma 95 was a cinema movement among some Western European filmmakers. I can't remember right now the name of the other famous filmmaker, but Vinterberg was one of them. And their idea was to make the kind of films that did not have the filmmaker imposing a lot of artificiality in their movies. Lars von Trier.
Yeah. Oh, I love Lars von Trier.
Yeah. So he was like one of the leaders of that. Vinterberg was another guy that came along, and their whole aesthetic was no artificial lighting, no music to be used to score. We have like a handheld camera. We don't have camera setups. We don't do takes, that kind of stuff. So this film, Another Round, is a complete repudiation of that aesthetic, because this obviously had like famous actors, and it had setups, and it was like made like a conventional movie. And for those of you that haven't seen it, it's about a group of middle-aged men who feel kind of lost in life and powerless, and they decided that what they were lacking, based on what an anthropologist, philosopher said, is that human beings don't have a high enough alcohol content in their bloodstream. That we're born with an alcohol content too low. So what we need to do, Stan thought, we need to drink more to raise our level during our working days, hours. And I mean, they were doing it to be more productive. So they restricted their drinking between 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. And you can't drink at night, because that would be like being an alcoholic.
Oh yeah, no.
I know it's a crazy notion, and so two of them are high school teachers, so they feel like they're a better teacher, and they're more lively, and they're more attractive to their students when they drink. So you see these time, having a few hits of whatever they were drinking. What kind of stands out about this film is that the Vinterberg, being a known director, he had cast his 19-year-old daughter to play a part in it. And shortly before the commencement of shooting, she died in an auto accident. Oh, so he was obviously devastated, and he was going to call off, the whole production because he was so emotionally distraught. But the rest of the cast and the production people encouraged him to go on to do this. So, he got back on his horse, basically, and did this. And this, he admitted much later, this really saved him from his life, because he would have sunken into a bigger depression if he didn't have this project, to do. And you notice at the end of it, he does it dedicating it to his daughter. So it's kind of an absurd notion, but you see the kind of the coming back of Vinterberg, because the last picture he did is called The Hunt, and it was about a high school, an aide in a nursery school that mistakenly gets accused of molesting or exposing himself to a child, and it's the discrimination he suffers from other parents in that town unjustly. So he's always about the social ramifications of the act of one or two people. So that's what makes this interesting. The third picture from Hong Kong, called Better Days, it's about a very modern problem. Even though this takes place in China, it's about a high school girl who's studying for her college entrance exams, which are, as you can imagine, in China, quite competitive. But she's subject to a lot of bullying by other girls who are more affluent, from more affluent homes and more popular and bigger and all that, and have a following. And she, she's being raised by a single mom, and they don't have any resources, so she doesn't really have any protectors. And as it turns out, when she's beaten up one day, the only person that comes to her protection is this guy who turns out who's a school dropout, a street tough that does a lot of things just to survive. He lives alone because he got kicked out of the house, and it's a kind of movie pairing of two unlike people, and how can they better each other. So that's that story. But the more I read about it, the interesting thing to me was that even though this is the entry from Hong Kong, this was a movie that was mostly financed by mainland China, coming People's Republic. And they really exercised a lot of control over the film, the script, and how it ended. And the accounts that I read, the director, who's a Hong Kong person, not Chinese mainland guy, he really suffered through a lot of the what he called the interference of mainland authorities, because it was, I guess there's a film administration committee in the People's Republic that really censors and controls everything you did. So at the end of the picture, I don't know what other scenes that the director was forced to recut, but at the very end, there's a bunch of title cards where it talks about how the government has taken measures to prevent this kind of thing to happen, and it's protecting the education of the kids and watching out for the welfare and blah, 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 all the obvious propaganda stuff that a government would say, to show that they're trying to correct this problem. So anyway, that's kind of an interesting political backdrop.
Yeah. Not unlike some of the, controversy that surrounded Mulan, too.
Yeah, exactly. Because the government, People's Republic, man, they have a heavy hand in everything.
Yeah.
The fourth film is from Romania, called Collective, and it's a documentary. And the main person behind it is a co-writer. Was the DP. He was the editor, or one of the editors, as well as directing it. His name is Alexander Nanu, and it's about government corruption, and it's really wonderful how this film exposes. It reminded me of how the American film Spotlight about 5-6 years ago was about investigative journalists uncovered the child molestation in the Catholic Church. Because they took on the journalists took on like a big institution, and the film Collective is taken on like the government, right? And what it's about, it started out simply, and I shouldn't say simply, but innocently, about there was a fire in a nightclub that killed 19 people, young people. It was like the kind of like we read about even here, like the one that happened up in Oakland. It was like an unlicensed club, underground club, and these young people died in the fire, and maybe over 150 got hospitalized. But what happened in the aftermath was that even though the people survived the fire, they died of infections after they were in the hospital. So what the journalists started to uncover was that the infections resulted from the lack of effectiveness of the disinfectants that were used in the hospital rooms and in the operating rooms and throughout the facilities. And then as the journalists started to trace this back, the disinfectants they found out were diluted. And there weren't, like at the 3%. It was really like under 1%. And it turned out there was a whole system of payoffs between the pharmaceutical companies and the governmental officials that are supposed to oversee this. A whole system of payoffs that allowed the understrength disinfectants still, get into the system. And of course, they were being used, and because they're diluting it, they had more to use. So, everybody was getting enriched by this. And then it was, the citizens that were dying as a result. So it was a really a shocking kind of discovery that was exposed, to that. So that's really amazing, right? I mean, it's a film that really served a purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the fifth one is from Tunisia, and this is the first film from Tunisia that has been nominated for an Oscar, and it's the first. The writer-director is a woman, Tunisian woman, and is the first. She's the first Arabic woman that's ever been nominated for an Oscar.
Wow.
And this is really, I have to say, it was my favorite in terms of the story, because it's about a Syrian refugee who ends up in Lebanon meeting a young woman that he falls in love with, but she, because of her family arranging a marriage, ends up going to Belgium. But he doesn't have a visa because he's a stateless person in Lebanon. What happens is that when he's trying to just survive on the street, he's a young man, like in his 20s. How he feeds himself is that he finds that there are these art exhibits that have buffets. So he sneaks into them and he pockets the food into a backpack or puts them in his pocket in order to survive. And then, of course, he gets caught. And this famous artist, who's a sculptor, a Belgian guy, convinces our main man, and I can't remember his name either, to allow his back to be tattooed. And the irony is that the tattoo that's put on this Syrian's back is the Schengen visa, which is like the catch-all visa that allows you to go across borders throughout the EU. Mm-hmm. Once you have that actually real, then you can go to Germany or France without individual visas. So even though he as a person cannot travel to any of the countries in Europe, he now is a commodity. He's a piece of art merchandise that gets into Belgium, and he has to sit in a museum, and that's his job. Is he sits there with his shirt off, so people can come and admire the tattoo that's on his back.
Wow!
So it's kind of like, and then he's trying to pursue the girl of his dreams, who's married to an asshole, and blah blah blah. But it's this whole play on the art world, the preciousness of it, the value of art that's put much higher than the value put on a human life. Yeah. And the metaphor is obvious, but then it's shot in such an interesting manner as well. It's shot. The DP is this man named Christopher Aoun, who shot this Lebanese film that won an Oscar a few years ago called Capernaum.
Oh, Capernaum, yeah.
Which had a much more documentary feel, handheld feel. But this one had a very lockdown feel with compositions that were really carefully angled, using mirrors and doorways and edges of rooms and angles. It's different stylistically, but it's a very fascinating film to watch. So those are the 5.
Oh, wow. And then that last one was your pick, right?
Yeah, just because I guess I'm not the most subtle person in terms of my choices, because I kind of like that metaphor, and others probably would feel like, oh, that's just so heavy-handed, of course, blah, 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 and whatever. But, for my taste, I thought it was a good invention on the part of the writer-director, because she had seen an actual, I guess like 5 years prior to her writing this screenplay, she had seen an exhibit by a real artist who did that, doing tattoos of people and then displaying them in museums.
Wow.
It occurred to her,
as
a Tunisian that sympathized with refugees from Muslim countries, that, what if one were able to travel because he submitted to this? Because she wondered about who would allow himself to do this. What purpose would you have? Imagine this is one reason why you would do it.
Yeah.
I want to see this movie.
I want to see this one too. That one sounds incredible.
Another round's been added to the list already.
Yeah. That one sounds great.
So these are the 5 that are nominated, but let me just kind of give a shout out to a few others, because I think that for most of us, it's going to, unless one of these wins, that it's going to be hard to find.
Yeah.
Unless somehow you can, one of our streaming giants would pick them up. And I hope they do, because they're all worthy for support, 1, for the artist, and then 2, for the ideas that are being conveyed. So I was just going to mention, I'll just mention their titles and you can look for them, because these are the up and coming. Well, I mean, the ones I mentioned are basically up and coming too. But okay, there's one from there's 5. I'll just mention them quickly and tell you what they're about. Maybe you would want to go and seek them out. There was an entry from Canada called 14 Days and 12 Nights. And it's about a Canadian mother who loses her adopted daughter in an accident. And it's her journey to go to Vietnam to find the birth mother, to explain to the birth mother how the daughter that she had given up for adoption died. So it builds up to when these 2 can meet, and then they finally meet, and there's this really devastating scene where this is the first time that they meet, and they talk about the daughter. So it's very moving for me. There's a film from France that was submitted called 2 of Us. And it's about these 2 women in their 70s who are retirees. They live on the top floor of an apartment in opposite apartments. I mean, across the hall from each other. And people just think they're nice old ladies, but it turns out they've been lovers for a long time. And but nobody else knows it. One of them wants to out them, and the other one, who has a daughter and a granddaughter, doesn't want to reveal that they've been having a relationship for like decades. So it's and then the one that has the daughter and granddaughter, she has a stroke and she becomes disabled and needs more and more help. So the able-bodied woman wants to kind of take over the care because she loves this other woman, rather than for the daughter or granddaughter to hire her out for an outside caretaker. So there's that kind of struggle of
There's an American play that's sort of the younger version of this called Stop Kiss. It's similar. It's because it's a young couple girl moves to New York and discovers her sexuality, and her girlfriend is sort of the free out one and encourages her to be more free and more out and live her life and all this stuff. And then they get attacked in a park, and she gets beaten in the head and is sort of disabled, and the one who didn't want to be out is the one who has to take care of her. So it's a very similar, like, it deals with the same pressures but completely different generation. So,
There are these such wonderful stories. There's the entry from the Ivory Coast. It's like the first entry ever from the Ivory Coast.
wow.
And the name of the writer-director is Philippe Lecote, and it's called Night of the Kings. And it all takes place in this brutal prison out in the, in the countryside. This prison, even though there are like government officials that wear uniforms that are nominally in charge, it's really run by this older guy that's really the boss. And a young convict, young prisoner, comes in, and he, the real prison boss, assigns them the task of being the storyteller to the rest of the prisoners. And he has to be able to, and he assigns him the name of the Roman. You're the Roman tonight. I forget his name either, the character. But your job is to keep these prisoners entertained from the time the moon sets until the sun rises.
Huh.
So this kid, he's like, he's supposed to be like a teenager, like 18 or 19. He's looking at all these hardened criminals. I forget like what offense he had, but it was a minor offense. And in order to not get beaten up, he has to keep these prisoners entertained for like, I don't know, 12 hours. It's not clear how many hours, but it's a long night. But stylistically is what's interesting is how the prisoners as an audience react to each episode that this young man comes up with. Because he's telling them about kings. Like, okay, you acknowledge that so-and-so is a king, but you know how he became a king? So he starts making up this stuff. And he draws in these hardened criminals into wanting to listen to the next episode. And it's just really so smart in the storytelling and in the staging of it, because if you've ever attended like a concert with an African performer, people rush the stage and they put money up there, or they want to get up there to dance, with the performer. And these prisoners want to do the same thing with a storyteller, but they do different things. So it's really fascinating in that way.
That sounds fun.
Okay, fourth, there are only two more guys. One from the Netherlands, and again, it's a writer-director named Ishe Yanga. He was born in Holland, in Netherlands, but his roots go back to Curaçao, which is the Dutch Caribbean island. And his story takes place there because he really wants to explore what's being Dutch and what's being Curaçaoan. And it centers on a 12-year-old girl who mourns a recent death of her mother, but she lives with her father, who's like the town cop, and then her grandfather, who's kind of losing his mind, and he's creating a sculpture at the edge of the village out of exhaust pipes. So there's this clash of values between the father, who is assimilated and wants to be Dutch, and the father who wants to preserve the traditions of the town, with all their, the clothing and the language and all that. So this 12-year-old girl is kind of caught between those two worlds, called Bulado. I guess that's how you'd say it.
I'm going to take my dog outside real quick. I'll be back. Just taking my dog outside.
Okay.
You have to tell me all about this later.
Oh, okay. And the fifth one is from Norway, called Hope. And The writer-director is Maria Sodal. And just it's a simple setup, but it's the relationships that happen afterwards. This is right before Christmas. The mom, who is a choreographer, is told several days before Christmas, and she has a family. Stellan Skarsgård is her partner, and then they have children, kind of teenage. They're from both their prior marriages, and it's a blended family. And she is told that she has brain cancer and she doesn't have long to live. And this is right before Christmas. So it's about how this news affects the relationships between the children and her and Stellan Skarsgård, who she always, because he's, I forget, some kind of artist, quite renowned. And it's such a adult relationship of what is revealed for what is important for each of them, and he admits finally his infidelities to her. I mean, it's the kind of thing that you start talking about when you find out you're at the end of your life. Yeah. So it's called Hope. So anyway, the last 5 didn't get nominated, but they're still worthy.
Wow. Well, I wrote those all down, so hope you guys did too. If you missed that, I'll tweet out that list later. Richard's international runner-ups. We'll put that out there for those who want to check that out. They're all on my list now, and I heard from the chat that at least a couple of these you can find on Hulu. So I know for sure the first 2 we went over are on Hulu.
Another round, yeah. Because I like Mads Mikkelsen, so it was already on my list.
Oh, nice! I really want to see that one. Awesome. No, I love that. I love how, just like you said, how some of these movies really want to get at the grittier stories, the human stories that other people aren't telling, because, we're supposed to like one kind of movie and one kind of story and believe one kind of thing. So yeah, I encourage everyone to go check out these titles, the nominees and Richard's list, because get some different perspectives. And for another perspective entirely, let's jump into some animation tonight. We haven't talked about any animated features yet.
That is true.
Or shorts or at all. So animated features, Jeff.
So
take us away. To
list my 5 in order, it shouldn't be too hard. So first off, I'm going to put Shaun the Sheep, the movie, on the list. It's
this feels like a COVID entry.
It is a COVID entry. It's a fun movie. I like the Aardman animation style quite a bit. I love traditional claymation. I remember, because we grew up, they would show one of their shorts on Nickelodeon. It was like just a purple blob, and it would turn into something else. And I think an orange one would bounce into a ball. Yeah. So Aardman's always been like a big part of our lives.
Yeah.
I like Wallace and Gromit. I don't like Chicken Run. This is good, but this does feel like a COVID choice. It's just it's an animated movie that's fine.
It's like in a series of, with this character.
It's a TV show. It's a movie. It's nothing special. I don't want to take away from all the hard work put into it and all the craftsmanship and the artistry and all that. But the other things are just so much better for different reasons. So I'm not even going to waste my time complaining about this movie because there's nothing to complain about. It's good. It's a good movie. Like, there's nothing bad to say. Other things were better.
It just doesn't need to be. It just doesn't need to be the Oscar conversation.
Next on my list was Over the Moon. So this was Glenn Keane, and you're like, I don't know Glenn Keane. I'm like, oh, he's this traditional Disney guy. And I gushed for a couple of minutes and then watched it. It feels like an old Disney movie that we would have grown up with.
Yeah.
Again, it's a very good movie. I don't know if I would consider this a COVID entry because it's good. Yeah. It's really cool. It's Chinese influenced. So the girl lives in China with her family, and the mom. The only bad thing I can say is the music's terrible because it's on point. It's very on the nose. It's like, remember when we were like laughing about we're walking in the woods as wolves?
Oh, it's wolves.
They're like, we're singing na.
We're singing about how we're dancing through the path on the thing on the thing.
So this film, I'm trying not to give too many spoilers, but it's a story about a family who owns a sweet shop in China, and the mom dies, and so you watch the girl grow up with the dad, and then the dad wants to get remarried. So this woman brings a son and a new way to make the recipe. And so she's very adverse to making this new recipe because it's perfect. But she wants to put like red bean paste or something in it or something like that. And he's like, no. So anyway, long story short, this girl wants to go to the moon to find this moon god that the mom would talk about. And so she builds a spaceship, and it's really cute. Like, she is really smart. She builds a spaceship the way they're doing the maglev train in her country. So she figures out the technology behind it, and she uses this spaceship to go to the moon to get to the moon goddess. And she's going to make it. But then her stepbrother had become a stowaway, so the thing crash lands to Earth. But then the moon goddess's beam saves them, so she goes, and it's cool. It really picks up from there.
Yeah.
So it's one of those movies that it's really good. It's not too generic, and it's memorable. It's just got bad music. But visually, it's neat.
Yeah.
So I would recommend it. These are both on Netflix. Now, here comes the fun parts. The 3 movies that are fun to talk about. Wolfwalkers. We watched that today.
We did watch that, yeah.
Wolfwalkers is a film about a man in England who has to be basically he takes his daughter to what 1300s or in Ireland. Yeah, I guess it should be 1600s because of the muskets.
The muskets, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, it's this animated feature about a girl who meets another girl who's this wolf walker, and she can go to bed at night and become a wolf, and in the day she's a person and she can heal people. And so it's the story about how the British want to tear down the Irish forest to grow their city. It's
a very like classic, imperialist versus tribal versus nature kind of tale. But it's cool because there's like Irish elements in it, it's unusual. The perspective is unusual.
And that's why it's so high on my list because it looks like nothing else I've ever seen.
Sure.
Best animated feature. Okay, animation is going to be different every time.
Yeah.
You don't say, oh, Cinderella looks just like Toy Story, which looks like, Shrek or something like that. I mean, even Shrek and Toy Story, both very similar CGI style films, really don't look alike.
This looks, you can see the drawing lines.
You can see the under drawing and this stuff. It's very deliberate style. It's all really cool.
Yeah.
So I really put this on at number 3 because it just looks that nice. It's not that it's that great of a story. It's so neat looking and so visual and so stunning. And you're like at the end when all the spirits come together in the woods, and it looks so neat.
I think it's a very sort of expected story that's visually told in a beautiful way.
I'd call it like European or American Miyazaki. That's all it is, really, folks. It's like a Miyazaki movie come to a westernized version.
Yeah, it really feels like that. It really feels like a Western Miyazaki. It has all the anime sensibilities, and it's in its storytelling, and its themes, and its characters, and its like artistic style. But it's just rooted in the West.
It's got a great flow to it. The villain is compelling because he's using God as his justification. And it's interesting when you get all these people that want to make modern day movies, and it's a little too on the nose. But when you go on the nose historically, when it's actually that way, it's really cool. So this guy,
it's a fable instead. Yeah.
So this man, he feels so emboldened to be this terrible person and kill and do these terrible things in the name of God. And so for an animated feature, this isn't a kid's movie. No, I'd show it to a kid, but this is for all ages.
Yeah,
it's a little smarter than Shaun the Sheep.
Yeah, it's like I wouldn't show it to a little kid either. Like it's a little too adult.
It's good for a 10-year-old.
Oh yeah, probably not much younger.
Now this was the hard part because we watched one of these movies a while ago.
Yeah.
As soon as we had discussed we were going to do this, we picked one right away.
I think we'd already seen this one at that point.
I mean, we had already seen this one.
Watched Soul, yeah.
And then onward, we watched for the Oscars, and it was really good. So I'm trying to decide which I liked more. I think I'm going to go with Onward as second because it was a great movie, but I don't know. There's nothing bad to say about it. It's a very balanced movie. It's got a great story about, two brothers going on a journey. It's one of those stories. It's like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where you think Indiana Jones is actually going for the cup of Christ, but really his crusade is his father, and that's his holy grail, that relationship. That's what this movie's like, where this kid, I want to meet my dad. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this magic to bring my dad back for a day. And I don't really like my brother. Well, the whole movie is about the brothers becoming a family and then using the magic to bring back the dad. And I won't ruin any of the twists or the fun, but it's a good movie. It's a feel-good movie.
Tom Holland, I thought, was awesome as the voice actor. Chris Pratt was funny because you could hear the Chris Pratt in it sometimes, but he really he was that character really, really beautifully.
And for everyone, when we talked about this movie last year in the Sphere, that is literally one line of dialogue and never mentioned again.
Yeah.
So for all the people I read online it was woke. No, it ain't. He read one line of dialogue taken out of the movie out of context.
Also becomes one of those ridiculous things where everyone's like, "Oh my!" Where the other side of it wants to go, "This movie's the greatest progressive thing because it has a gay cop in it."
Doesn't
It literally
really.
is a cop who makes one reference to her girlfriend, and that's it.
And the
Like,
cop
wow,
barely in
you're
the fucking movie.
so progressive. Good job. What a triumph.
And then-
Amazing. I'm blown away.
But again, each one of these films brought a unique visual style. When you have Pixar, you know you're going to get visual fidelity and all these beautiful things. So it's like expected with Pixar, so it's hard to give it that point. But the design was nice. It's really cool to see a world where magic's real, but we don't use it because technology makes it easier. So it's an interesting commentary on that. You can read into it a little more. But at the end of the day, it's just a good all ages movie. If you have a kid, they'll like it because it's bright and colorful. If you're a little older, you'll understand some of the elements of like the desire for adventure. And then if you're older, you get the family themes, loss, all this stuff. So it's good. It's like if Walt Disney was still alive, this is the type of shit they would
This would have his nod of
produce.
approval.
It's not like really Over the Moon feels more like that, honestly. That feels more Disney than this is a Pixar film, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. And then finally, Soul. This movie was awesome. This movie was so good. We didn't even watch it for this. We had watched it before. And as somebody who's an artist, and you get this too, it just spoke to us on that level. It's a story about a musician who dies, wants to come back. He's about to get his big break, and he learns the value of life and art and death and all this other stuff. But the unique part is every one of these movies, it's like, oh, the journey was the lesson, and then that's it. Like Rocky, he went the distance and loses. This is one of those stories like you get the lesson, and then he gets another lease at life, and you're like, wow. And then from that moment on, you're just kind of like, oh shit, this life moment where he died, literally, he came back and he got another lease. And then it's interesting to wonder where it's going to go. You never need to see the character again, Calvin, right? That was his name.
So.
You never need to see him again. You never need to know about his music, but you know that he died, learned about what it meant to be alive, and then moved on.
Yeah.
And so I thought it was great.
I just forgot what I was going to say about that one. That was another one to me, screenwriting wise, where it has a lot of moments sprinkled in the beginning that all pay off as you go along. Is really well crafted. And that was one Richard and I have been talking about that one a little bit too, with like the light and the every element, the voice acting, the maturity that Tina Fey brings to a child's role.
Jamie Foxx did a great job.
Yeah.
And it looked like,
and the music.
And it's nice too. People might look at a movie like Soul again and think it's woke because, oh, whatever. That doesn't lean into that at all. Like, he dies in the beginning of the movie and he's a spirit. Like, I think if anything, hyper awareness on certain things is fine. Yeah. But don't read into it with a movie like this because you're gonna screw yourself out of a great experience.
Exactly.
Especially if you're artistic. Yeah. Like, you'll get it. You don't even have to be. It's all about life. But if you're somebody that creates, you're like, oh man, I missed the boat or this or that, or all the time you put in to your craft. Like, everyone here on the panel is gonna get that movie.
It really.
Yeah, let me just say that I heard an interview with Kemp Powers a few weeks ago, and he talked about because he had a almost death experience. So prior to his being invited into this production, because I think Pete Docter at Pixar, they were kind of struggling with the concept of how to tell the story, and I'm not sure how they came across Kemp Powers, but he was able to relate to what he was going through his mind when he was on the edge of life in the hospital, a few years prior to that. And then he wrote in characters based on his mom and the relationship with his mom. And then the whole barbershop thing, was something that he brought in because that's such an important part to the Black community, that they didn't have in there before. So obviously he made huge story contributions to the character.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'm glad you brought those scenes back up because I forgot, I relate to the mom thing too. Now I'm lucky I'm the flip side where I have a mom that supports what I did and all that, but I get it. I'm like, the one person that you can confide in is like, give it up. It's too late. And it sits with you and you're like, ugh, especially when you think like your number one fan doesn't have your back anymore. But, it was a great movie.
That catharsis of his mom. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I just watched the movie today. What parts of it do you think could seem woke to you? Because I
None of it. None of
Oh,
it.
I thought you just said that. I didn't know.
No,
I
we're
said
just saying
certain
we have certain people like to look for it. People want anything branded, anything with certain themes or certain identities. People want to look for. It's like they're hunting for it.
Which
It's
part of it though would they?
I don't think you could. That's the thing.
That's what we're saying.
What we're saying is if you actually sit down and give the movie a chance, you couldn't find that in it. The movie's not about that in any way whatsoever. It's a really beautifully crafted, for me, a really beautifully crafted movie about, the nature of inspiration and the meaning of being here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And this is not Pixar, but this is just Disney animation. I think they made a movie that looked better than the Pixar film. Right? Is Soul Pixar? Or is
I think it's Pixar too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought Soul was just Disney. I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was cool. I'm glad to be wrong.
I think it's both Pixar.
Probably is Pixar. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, because Pixar. Pete Docter, he also was behind Up, and
Produced by Pixar.
Okay.
Pixar, yeah.
and what was the other one? He was behind as a writer director behind several other really super products, and now because of the ouster of his previous the predecessor, he's like in charge of Pixar besides being a writer director.
Nice.
He made a great movie.
Yeah.
I was sitting here reading about it again, and then I was thinking about the scene with the cat in the hospital, how their bodies switch, and it's fun.
Yeah.
We're talking about this movie like it's this serious, heavy piece, and it has those moments, but it is a fun animated kids movie. The talking cat, and
it's silly.
The whole I'm not ready to live, and there's so many different layers that we're passing on. I couldn't recommend this movie enough. This would be the one that I talk about today that I'd recommend over every.
Did I cry twice during that one?
I don't know.
I think I cried twice.
This was. I don't know if this was better than Love and Monsters, but this is
Love and Monsters was pretty excellent. This one was really good.
The visual effects committee did also examine many of the the visual effects creations in that, which I was kind of surprised about. For visual effects committee to be discussing an animated film,
yeah,
sections of it that they were considering, for the uniqueness of what was used.
Well, when you look at things like Jeff talking about The One and Only Ivan and the realism of these CGI animals, and then you look at Fade In and the three women who got acknowledged by the Academy for their work on Frozen or Tangled. That was Frozen the hair. That was the hair. Frozen. But yeah, for hair, for animating hair in animated films, so. That's animation, but that's the real. Now, when you watch these animated films, the animated textures on the clothing, on the hair, and all that, it's capturing that realism. It's the same work that they're doing, to bring a CGI image to life in a live action that they are to bring that same level of quality to these, Disney Pixar level animations. It's really incredible. I
thought it was real at times when there's no characters,
right?
Characters.
There's parts
real.
Yeah, there's parts where there's no humans in it, but it could be that one in Soul. It could be live action easily, or Soul and that one in Onward, which is almost weird because it almost puts them in different conversations at a point when you have how do you when you're comparing these, how do you compare these really brilliant 3D rendered moviescapes with something like Wolfwalkers that's still mostly hand drawn?
To me, it all comes down to the content.
Yeah.
Because if I was doing strictly visuals, I might give Wolfwalkers the nod because Soul looks a lot like Onward, which looks a lot like Inside Out, which looks a lot like Up, which looks it just evolves backwards.
They built their visual world. It's like you're shooting, in the same style, but you're animating in the same style.
This, my opinion, it just comes straight from the quality of the movie.
Yeah. Makes sense. Make it a sense. All right. So, Lyndsey, actors and actresses.
The pets are battling it out a little bit, so hopefully they don't get too noisy.
Oh, don't worry about it. We have
though, right, kids?
We get the screaming in the background over here too.
Okay, so let's go to. I guess we did. Let's go to actor in a leading role first.
All right.
Okay. So the nominees are Riz Ahmed. Oh, Okay, let me turn off the notifications then. Riz Ahmed in Sound of Metal, Chadwick Boseman in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, Anthony Hopkins in The Father, Gary Oldman in Mank, and Steven Yeun in Minari. Okay.
That's a pretty good list.
Yeah, it's a really good list. A lot of really strong performances, and okay, so let's start with. I know who my top two are, and it's pretty close actually for this category. So Riz Ahmed in Sound of Metal, I think I liked the movie mostly because of the way that it got me into that world, like the way that they built this. They made you feel that deafness throughout the movie. I think he was a great actor, but I think the role itself maybe didn't get to show a lot of his range. And I could probably say the same for, Gary Oldman in Mank was great. He was great. But in the same way, I guess the movie didn't show enough of him where I would think that it's an Oscar performance comparable to the other nominees.
What's hard for me with Mank is like I think that was a pretty baller performance, but having seen him in Darkest Hour, it's like
And his voice was Burgess Meredith the whole time.
Also that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I had to get that off.
Steven Yeun was great as well. Like the movie's obviously amazing, and I like how you picked out that line, Jessi, about the male chickens and how maybe it that idea of the men being useless or feeling useless was a large part of his character arc.
The fear of being having no function.
Yeah, but for me, the top two performances in this category that are most likely to win are Chadwick Boseman in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom and Anthony Hopkins in The Father. I feel like the performance in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, Chadwick did, is very typical Oscar performance, where he showed all of his, he gave it everything, and it feels very much like an Oscar performance. When I watched it, I'm like, okay, this is an Oscar performance in the normal sense. Plus, obviously, I think that he just that people know what he was going through, and the fact that he passed away. I think there's going to probably be politically in the Oscars a push to have him win, possibly. But at the same time, Anthony Hopkins' role was so great because of a lot of what Richard said during the editing category, where the editing was this jumbled timeline, but the emotional life of his character was so linear within that. Just imagine how hard it must have been to maintain that performance while everything's switching in front of him. And so I think that performance was extremely well done. Also in the sense that I could see that character like in real life. You could imagine this guy in real life being in the home, the nursing home or whatever home they call this thing, and being a little cantankerous and moody, but also having these sensitive moments where he's a little confused, but also doesn't realize it. I don't think I've ever seen a performance that shows that sort of dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever the condition is so well, and so in such a nuanced way that feels so realistic. And I know that also the editing probably contributed to that a lot as well. But I think it was probably a very difficult performance that he did very well. Because of the fact that things were switching so much, he probably had to maintain the same emotions throughout multiple sets, where it was changing the settings, changing the actors, changing the scenes. So I think it was a wonderful performance. And yeah, Anthony Hopkins hasn't won an Oscar since the 80s, Silence of the Lambs. So it's possible that he's due for another, they might think. I think those two performances are probably going to be close in the minds of the people voting this year. But yeah, I don't know how to say this, but if Chadwick didn't pass away and if we didn't know what he was going through, I think it would go to Anthony Hopkins, to be honest, because he's older and you would think he would also go sooner. So I think they like to give the awards to people who've been around and for a while and have earned their way through the industry throughout all these years. But because of his passing, it could also be Chadwick, and he did a great performance too, very Oscar-worthy performance. So for me, it's kind of a toss-up.
Yeah.
Do any of you have any thoughts on?
The one I haven't seen on that list is Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. That's the only one I haven't gotten to yet. But it's on our list to see because we want to honor the man. I love hearing that it's, I always love hearing that when someone gets the Oscar nod, and the posthumous consideration is part of it, that it is that level of performance. And for me, 100% Anthony Hopkins. To me, this is a very deserving list. It's a very deserving. I agree with your entire assessment and all of the work that Anthony Hopkins did, 1,000% deserving. That said, I would be very happy if Chadwick Boseman gets it, just for that simple fact of, he's not going to get another chance.
See, that's where I have the issue, though, because it's like the Heath Ledger.
Well, to me, given that it's an Oscar-worthy performance, given that it pulls out the stops and does all those things.
The performance, but I also think The Father is I prefer The Father as a film, though, too. So, but yeah, I think one thing that might make people uncomfortable about the Ma Rainey's Black Bottom and the writing is that it was so pulling at the heartstrings, but in a way that Oscar performances often are. It's just that he did it so well. So yeah, it's a tricky one.
Let me just say that for Anthony Hopkins, the changes that he did within, say, one scene, the one that really impressed me was when the Imogen Poots caretaker that came in, and he was cranky, and then he was trying to charm her, and then he got angry. And it was within that same scene, to see how he just made those changes, and it was seamless, in terms of the device. But you can just see it wasn't you saw the wheels turning the actor's head, but I felt it was more like the confusion in the mind of this character. And that's when I sat up and took notice of what he was doing.
Yeah, I've definitely seen this in real life too, though, where people are not in the right minds and they switch so quickly. Yeah. Even when my father was dying, it was a quick process for him. He was only really, really sick for 6 weeks, and even with that, he was only able to talk for the first couple. But he was not himself at all. And there were moments where he was angry and then trying to charm the nurses and then trying to trick me into letting him get his car keys so he could drive away from the hospital, But I've seen that my father used to take care of Alzheimer's patients. He had his own business, and now my mother and sister took over where their specialty is dealing with Alzheimer's patients. And my grandmother had it too. But I recognized so much of that sort of thing I've seen in people before, where it's hard to understand where they're coming from, but then just imagine all these changes that might be going on in their head and just what that confusion might actually look like inside of them. It just was very interesting to me in that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, so for me, it's a tie, I guess. I don't know. It's very, very close, and I could see either one winning.
Reasonable. No, it's a solid. It's a good picks, good list.
And yeah. No, please, Richard.
Oh no, I was saying. Oh, you're gonna do actress?
Oh yeah, actress. Yeah.
Quickly do actress. Okay, so, all right, and Andra Day. So here are the nominees. I'll just say them first. Viola Davis and what?
Mom is going to bed, so she says, "Night, Jessi and friends." Really insightful commentary. East Coast time still turning, and it's been awesome fun. Eve, gotta say goodnight. Thanks for tuning in, Mom. Love you so much, and have a lovely evening.
Okay, so the nominees for actress in a leading role are Viola Davis in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, Andra Day in The United States versus Billie Holiday, Vanessa Kirby in Pieces of a Woman, Frances McDormand in Nomadland, and Carey Mulligan in Promising Young Woman. And this is actually kind of a tricky one as well for a couple of reasons. All right, Frances McDormand's performance was beautiful, but like I think was pointed out earlier, she was reacting to non-actors throughout most of the time. So it was mostly just shooting her reactions, which is, an important part of being an actor. But it because of there was such a melding of reality and fiction in this piece that it's hard to see where the performance starts and ends. Like, I feel like they were just, filming her, just listening to real people, which was interesting to see, but I would not personally think it's the winning performance in this category because of that.
It definitely also feels like a performance that's very in her wheelhouse,
Yeah. Vanessa Kirby, for me, she definitely underwent a nice character arc in the story, but I think it suffered from the same thing that Lakeith Stanfield's performance suffered from. For me, the character was a little bit unlikable from the beginning, and I think that probably colored my my thoughts on it. But yeah, it was a nice performance, but for me, it would not be the best actress role. Andra Day, I thought the movie was really heavy-handed. I thought her performance was beautiful, and her singing is amazing. But it was, I felt like it was heavy-handed in ways that didn't let me see her acting as much as it let me hear the words. So I wouldn't give her this vote either. Viola Davis, I don't know. I don't feel like her role was a leading role in the movie. So I'm kind of confused that she's in this category. But her transformation, she had a huge transformation, but I think it was also physical. Like she had a gold tooth and she had a completely different voice and attitude. And it was nice to see that transformation. But I don't think the role was meaty enough to win this category. So Carey Mulligan's performance would win for me in this case. But I think in other years, she would have had a harder time. But for me in this case, just compared to the other actresses in the list and the movies and the performances, I'd have to say she would win it for me.
It sounds like she was just asked to do the most,
Yeah.
Because it comes down to that. It's like, well, you had the most to do, so you had the most to show, and you brought it.
Yeah.
Let me say something about Vanessa Kirby.
Yeah.
You know that the stillbirth scene where she's trying to. I mean, I had to watch that a couple of times. I mean, just because it was a 30-minute one-take performance.
Wow.
Because I had to go back to see where did it start, and I think it started with the camera panned when she dropped water.
Mm-hmm.
And then it followed her, and then anyway, and it went, and it, through all the stuff that she did, all the different stages, until 30 minutes later, where the midwife, admitted that it was a stillborn.
Yeah.
And, because, we're used to seeing, movies cheat all the time because as an editor know how you just, take out the bad parts, so to speak. But in this one, it was all the actors doing it. It was like being on stage. And she was, she was even in the bathtub, as you recall. And she was moving around as the camera's moving around, even though the camera went off of her and followed Shia LaBeouf, but, to allow her to get to another place. But still, it was all on the performers to do this and for 30 minutes. So I don't know, that kind of, set me off into really being interested, in what this character did, her arc, because then of what she underwent once her relationship, wasn't working out, and her live-in, man was sent off packing by the mom, and then she had to deal with the controlling mom. So I don't know. I was more taken, I guess, by her performance than you were.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you pointed it out. I didn't realize that it was one take. That's amazing. A 30-minute one take.
Yeah, it was incredible.
I think also, probably, to be honest, my opinions were also, I know there's controversy like around Shia LaBeouf right now, and I think so I thought also the movie wouldn't get the consideration it might have gotten otherwise. And it was probably, I if it weren't for that, I might have even just taken the whole thing in more. I think it was. I'm glad that she got nominated, because she, none of that is her fault, and she should be recognized for the talent that she has beyond that. But I realized it would be a distraction to the people voting, even where I didn't pay as much attention to everything in the movie as I would have had I thought I could be nominated for a Best Picture. But yeah, I'd love to watch that scene again. I've watched several of these movies a couple times just to see what I'm missing each. And I thought that's probably another one I'm gonna have to watch again just to get the full feeling of it all.
That's one of the few I haven't seen yet, so I'm gonna have to give that a watch.
I just want to say, Frances McDormand, it used to be like a joke actress. She popped up in Fargo and Madeline and just random stuff. Yeah, and now she's the real deal. That's cool to see the evolution, because you look at the actors category. Anthony Hopkins has been Anthony Hopkins forever.
Oh, sure.
A lot of these actors, even actresses like Vanessa Kirby's Fast and Furious just a couple years ago. Yeah. But she's doing this transition quick. Frances McDormand, all these years of Darkman. No one's ever even seen Darkman. Whatever,
she sort of had her place established and then sort of grew out of it.
Yeah. I like that though.
I really love how she avoids attention. She loves the anonymity of where she doesn't. When she does interviews, she never mentions what town she's in. Yeah. And even I think I read an interview with her in the New York Times or something, and she wouldn't even meet the reporter where she lived. I mean, they had to meet downtown, some coffee shop, and they would walk in a park or something like that, and she would never reveal her private life.
Yeah.
So I really admire that, given today how everybody seems to, not everybody, but a lot of people trying to favor attention, would put themselves out there, and she does the opposite.
Yeah, no, I always respect that a lot too. Anytime I see performers who make it about the work and keep their. Luke Evans is one who's like that too. I guess when he was first came out as an actor and started to rise as an actor in England, he was very out about his sexuality. Everyone knew he was, gay, had a partner, all this stuff. And then as he started to rise to more, international fame, he dialed back, and to the point where, when he started coming out in American movies and people knew, tons of people still don't know he's gay because he plays, I don't think he's ever played a gay role. I think he plays a lot. He's played some very hunky male roles, and he just decided that he didn't want his career to be defined by what people knew about his personal life. So he just sort of keeps it separate and then takes the roles that, that he wants to do. And that's really cool. That's always me. It's like, if you want, if you want that, if you want the stardom and the fame and the limelight and all that, hey, if that's what you're after, ain't nothing wrong with it. Go for it, grab it. But I pay more attention to the people who treat that limelight with that level of grace. Alrighty, so I guess it's down to my final category, and then we'll make our big picks. Before I jump into this, I wanted to read. Andy McCallum had a super chat for us a while ago, and let me go pull up the exact wording, but it's something about essentially overlooked picks. Let's see what we got here. Andy, where can I bring it up? Why can I ever read these things on here? You can't ever see the last. Here it is. You can never see the last one for all this wonderful YouTube studio that's supposed to help us do our jobs better. All right, movies/performances do you feel should have won? So I'll ask this, and I'll do my category. We'll take our picks before we do our best picture picks. So in the back of your mind, if you have any notable standouts in the past that you think deserved the nod and were passed over, everyone pick a couple of you. Everyone has their sore spot. If you want to, we'll air out your sore spot. Your one big Passover, a performance or a movie that was passed over that should have taken it. So start thinking about that. Or if you want to pick for this year something that didn't get nominated that deserved.
My answer is so obvious.
All right, so shorts. Interesting. So I didn't. We'll do the animated shorts and the live action shorts. Such an interesting spread with animation, more so than live action. Live action always wants to sort of dive right into the heart of something, and animation. And this one is so varied. You have one that's like a family animation that you would have seen, as the short in front of a kid's movie. You have another one that sort of matches that ilk. And then you have one that's. You have the rest of them. The other three are actually, one is more narratively linear and very temporal and very, very sad. And the other two are completely experimental. And so the first one, Yes People, is from Iceland. And it's a very, it's sort of what you expect from very basic animated shorts, where it's a apartment complex with different people with different jobs, or it follows their walks of life and how their days are loosely intertwined by the noises they make through the walls and what they're out there doing. And this word yao in, I guess, Icelandic, that everyone's using for different reasons, whether to just go along with something or agree with something or be excited by something. And it's cute, but it's sort of like, it's one of those exercise type films where it's sort of hinged on this idea. Everyone says yes all the time. Okay. It's cute. It's fun, but it doesn't go much deeper than that. And then there's the really, really experimental one, which is Genius Loci, Loci. I haven't seen anything this experimental since college. I mean, it really you strain to keep up with the narrative that it is trying to tell you a narrative, but you have to struggle to sort of follow it because it's so very, very trippy. And it really takes you to the end of the piece to understand why it's done in that style, which is it's definitely in some exploration of mental illness or being stuck or something like that, because it's French, and it's a very, very darkly drawn woman who's musing, sort of waxing poetic about some things, and you follow her going on these journeys, but as you go, everything flows into shapes and pictures and pixelations, and that feels very reflective and ruminative of whatever mentally this woman's going through. And then at some point something happens and she turns into a dog that comes home to where her sister lives with her baby and is going to attack the baby and is destroying the whole home and flipping out and all this shit, and the sister comes and holds her and tells her it's okay, and she turns back into the woman. So it's really bizarre and meditative and reflective. I think it gets too wrapped up in the it gets too lost in itself to communicate its message as effectively. It's a very emotional piece and evocative. And all of these, I would say all of these are worth watching. And one really cool thing you can do right now is support your local theaters. You can watch these via virtual cinema. It's literally just streaming, but you pay the ticket price directly to your local theater chain that has a virtual cinema option. And you can get this as a bundle package for $30 pretty much across the board. And they're all worth checking out. So this was really interesting, but again, lacks the focus for me to put it higher. Burrow is your really standard, that's your really standard family-friendly one. A little rabbit who wants to make his burrow. He just wants his simple little home. And all the neighbors burrow in, the mole and the vole and the this and the that, with the hedgehogs with their blueprints and their fancy homes with multiple rooms and all this stuff. And this little guy, he just going to try to find his place. And everywhere he goes, someone already has a home. The worm has a home. This animal has a home. He goes to knock on it, see maybe an abandoned door, some big creatures screaming in there. So he burrows down and down and down and down to make his little nest by himself. And he burrows too deep and he hits the underground river, which then explodes and threatens to drown them all. So he runs up to the badger, the scary, scary badger, and he tells him what happens. It's all, done with just gestures and this and that, and shows him basically, I just wanted this simple home, but everyone was crowding me and I just wanted to go to get away from it all. And I did this whole thing. And again, there's no dialogue in this. This is all just, very beautifully communicated with the gestures, and this badger lets out this horrible roar, and it's just to summon the troops, and all these neighbors come and rally and divert the water and make this beautiful little fountain up above ground so that they can all be safe. And then this bunny shows them all, this is all I wanted, was this simple little home. And so they help him build home that's a little grander than he wanted, but is everything he needed. And it's this wonderful, it's, a story about basically learning about friendship and neighbors and camaraderie and all this lovely things that you would want from a family-friendly adventure. But it checks all the boxes. It does everything. In a year without so many provocative submissions, this would be an easy winner. But this year also features If Anything Happens, I Love You. Here we go. I was waiting to cry all fucking night. I cried the most for the most extended period of time throughout this movie, or throughout this short, because it starts, and this one's it's hand-drawn, it's very hand-drawn style in black and white, with just very select moments of color. And we start with a broken couple, and you can just very, very beautifully, again, there's another one that's told without words, and just brilliantly through the imagery. It tells you this whole story. Just prepare yourselves, guys. I'm going to just cry my way through this story because it's unavoidable. And so they're sitting at this table with this massive distance between them, and you can just immediately, when you're dropped in, this is a couple who's lost their connection. And there's a moment where he maybe looks up to reach out to her, and she's staring down at her plate. And then when she finally goes up with a meatball on her fork, he's standing up to go. And then there's a shadow of him, of what looks kind of like him, just there and jumbled, and you're not quite sure what you just saw. And then in the next scene, you see him alone, but then you see the shadow of her, and you realize that their souls are characters as well. And their souls are the reflections of their inner desires that are powerless to act on them. And so it's just this sad couple that can't connect. One of them goes in the yard, and there's a blue splatter on the wall. It's the first color we've seen. And the woman's in the laundry room. And then all of a sudden there's blue in the washing machine, and it's a small shirt. And it's the first indication you have. And immediately you just know at that moment they've lost their child. And then this beautiful moment where she sits and holds the shirt and cries, and the father's in another room, sitting somewhere, and a soccer ball falls from the top of the washer dryer and rolls into another room and hits a record player that starts, and the music, the song, brings the mother into the room and the father into the room, and the rest of the set. This is the soundtrack for the rest of the piece, where they sit down, and the spirits are happy because the spirits are pushing them back together. But here they're sitting on opposite sides of the bed, living in their daughter's memory. And you see the spirit of the daughter show up, and you see, God, there's a moment, fucking kills me, where you see the cat playing with the spirit of the daughter. You see this, I think it's toward the end too, where you see the two of them looking, and all you see is the cat playing with nothingness. Everyone who's had a cat has seen a cat play with a ghost before, and so it just takes you through her life, the joys of her coming into the world. And this whole time you see the spirits interacting, this joyous little spirit they brought into the world and all of that, and the terror and in the parents. of their spirits as the parents lovingly and joyously kiss their daughter goodbye and send her to school, and the parents' souls that are just trying desperately to hold on to her and not let their little girl go, but they can't do it. It's, it's time. And then they just show you her go to school, and they show the doors closed and you hear the shots. And then they just show a phone with little bunny ears and the text coming that says, if anything happens, I love you. And then the dots of a text that will never be sent back. And it comes back, and it is a whole beautiful, beautiful metaphor, and the parents are crying and broken, but the soul of the girl pushes them together, and the father at the end moves to the other side of the bed, and they hold each other, and it's a really, really, it's a beautiful catharsis over something that's very, very real. And that, we've heard of and experienced tangentially, if we're lucky, so many times, but for some people it's way more than just a story in the news. So it's a really, really beautiful, brilliant exploration of just that. And I wrestled with whether that was the winner or whether Opera was. And Opera was a dual South Korean USA entry by Eric O. And it is exactly what it advertises, an opera, which is, something that's not quite a play. It doesn't have as definitive a narrative as a play, but it gives you an idea. And it's very simple. It starts you out at the top of this beautiful, looks like a toy world. Looks like a little toy world with little toy, like when you have the little Christmas villages or the glockenspiels with the little figures that all move around in their perfect synchrony on their loops. So this one, you start with that. It looks like the top of whatever this clock or this piece is, and these people all moving, these emperor-like people being worshipped, and small, just a couple people here and there doing these lovely things. And the day, it shifts from night to day, and all the work starts, and all these pieces start moving and shifting. And as you go down from the light and the sun, it gets darker and it gets wider, and there are more people doing more things, more rote things. And it's one side doing one thing, one side doing the other. Over here, they're dealing with bodies in a funeral. Over here, they're still worshiping. They're doing some sort of ritual. And so you're tracking, you're not quite clear as to what's happening. What are these people doing in this row? Is that a factory? Are they making something? What's all of this happening? And it gets lower and lower and wider and grittier and darker. And you get to the bottom. And they're just underneath this construction, there's just a piece of dirty ground and a lake or a pond or whatever with a boat on it, and one guy's standing there under the quay, and there's other figures just going around knifing each other, and eventually then it turns to night, and the guy runs away, and everyone filters down there, and there's this massive battle, and they're killing each other, one side and the other, just stabbing each other, killing each other, massacring each other. This fucking giant whale creature comes out of the pond and kills eats a bunch of them. At the end, they bring down bigger weapons, bigger enemies to fight each other, blah, blah, blah. And then they're all gone, all dead. And it shifts, and day comes again, and slowly this destroyed city is rebuilt. They trickle out, they go back to their routines, back to their business, and you rise up through this construction, and you go back up to where it gets simpler, it gets less gritty, it gets more even. There are fewer people, there's not as much darkness, it's not as enclosed, it's open, it's light, it's bright. There's an emperor sitting here that all the people are worshiping, and on the one structure above him, there's one man and just a couple, of his worshipers or whoever's, and one man underneath the scales that tilt from day to night. And it's just this, in so little time and so few words, and in 0 words, describes so much about our present human experience. And while if anything happens, I love you is such a close second, and it's like when I talked about Minari versus Trial of Chicago 7, the screenwriting, how they're opposite, they're maximizing the medium in opposite ways. If anything happens, I love you goes as deep as it can on a single issue. And Opera manages somehow to take every single piece of society and stick it into this one little machine. And in the way that the silence and stillness impressed me so much in a feature, I think the ability to pack that much into something so relatively simple takes the cake for me in animation. And that was a much more complicated category for me, I think, than the live action. The live action was very straightforward. This will take no time at all. There's one in the live action that I'm going to disqualify. Because I learned recently that it's effectively just a retelling of a recent Twilight Zone episode. Not even like an old. If it was retelling an old one in modern terms, this is a Jordan Peele Twilight Zone. So from the past couple of years, I guess he had a Twilight Zone episode related to a black man who's stuck in a time loop with an ever-present racist cop who wants to kill him. And that's literally what this one is. I'm trying to find out. So this, it's not without merit. Which one is this one? White Eye. No, Two Distant Strangers.
Yeah,
Which one? No, White is completed. Yeah, Two Distant Strangers. White has the bike. Two Distant Strangers. And it's trying to be very modern. That it's taking the time loop, which is a very in device to use, and it's taking the police brutality, the killing of an unarmed black men, a trope, and it's just doing it in a very, very heavy-handed way, which visually looks nice, and it's a good told story and all that stuff. But it's very heavy-handed. It's definitely a propaganda piece in that regard, in its messaging. And once I learned that it was simply a story, that it was a story that was already told in that way pretty much before, that was the thing that got me. I'm like, this is an interesting piece of storytelling, but to find out that it's just that someone had already told the story and they're just sort of stealing Jordan Peele's Twilight Zone episode to get an Oscar in short films, I'm like, okay, all right, that's all I have to say about you. My favorite is on the opposite end of the spectrum. Also has I'll get to that part because to me it hits on some of the same themes, but does it with better storytelling. So the other, the Letter Room it's the Oscar Isaac one. It's a very, again, this is sort of like when I talk about the animations, what you'd expect. This is one that, like, on a year with less interesting submissions, would probably be a shoo-in for the winner, because it explores a prison guard who gets assigned to, he wants to work in HR, but he gets assigned to reading communication. And he reads these letters from this woman writing to this guy on death row. And he's really turned on by these sexy letters, but then she writes one about how she's going to follow through with the pact and kill herself when he dies, and he's concerned, so he tracks her down. But it turns out that she's pregnant with another man's baby. She's moved on. She just writes him these letters because she can't bear the thought that he's alone, going through this alone. She's lived her life, she's moved on, whatever. I'm not that person anymore, but she still wants to do that for him. And so he turns out at the end, there's another death row inmate who's been desperate for news from his daughter, who stopped writing and all this. So he goes and he forges a letter from the daughter for him. So it's very nice, but it's also, in that way, it's trite in a way that the other entries just aren't. Good acting, good storytelling, good all that. But again, like I said, it's trite in a way that the others aren't. White Eye, the next one, not trite, but very on the nose. Israel, it's an Israeli submission, and it deals, again, it's very much like, what are the human crises we are dealing with? A man has had his bicycle stolen, and he discovers it tied up outside or locked up outside a factory. He calls the police to try to get them to unlock the bike. They won't let him because he hasn't filed a report, but they're going to come. If he finds the thief, they can confront him and all this stuff. And he finds the guy eventually, one of the factory workers, and it becomes this whole big to-do where the guy's trying to get him to drop it. He says, but the guy's very insistent this is my bike, and the police get involved, and it turns out this guy is undocumented, and he needed the bike. He bought the bike as his way to drop his daughter off at kindergarten before going to the factory, and as a result of this kerfuffle, he gets deported, and the guy feels terrible and takes a saw to the bike and cuts it in half. So again, even as I'm saying this, watching this film, it's very well told, it's very compelling, good acting, all of that stuff. But again, even though I wouldn't describe it as trite per se, it's really on the nose with the storytelling. It's like, and maybe it's just me being spoiled coming from some short films that really, really punch you in the gut. It just like these first three just didn't do for me what I know a short film is capable of doing. And when we got to The Present, it started to get there. The Present, a Palestinian nomination. This one I wrestled with the most as a Jewish person, because it's about a man who takes his daughter. He's set up as a factory worker with terrible back pain, who, really can't get any relief for it, but it's his anniversary. He has the day off. So he's going to buy a present for his wife, and he's taking the daughter to go do it. And they have to wait forever to cross outside. They're in a territory where they have to cross over with a permit into, the rest of Israel. And they're stopped and they're hassled. Usually he goes there for work every day and the regular guy doesn't give him a problem, but this guy wants to hassle him, wants to give him a whole issue, make them wait for forever. As a result, the girl pees her pants on the way to town and all that. And he goes, the thing he's there for is a refrigerator, because we see their refrigerator's broken. It drives the wife crazy. So for the anniversary, he's gone to get a refrigerator that he now has to push. The guy's going to drive him back, but he can only go so far as the border. So he has to push it up this hill to try to come back through, with this daughter. And they're giving him a hassle again because it won't fit through the little tiny opening. So he says, can we just use the road? Please, can we just use it? And he's giving you can't do it. A whole thing. They're pulling out guns at him like they're going to fucking shoot him to death when he just wants to take this refrigerator home. And he says, please, let me just take the road. I'm taking the road, whatever. And they make it clear, we'll shoot you if you try. So during this whole standoff, though, he looks over his jacket that he's given his daughter because she's forgotten hers at the store, is sitting on the ground, and she is over on the road pushing the goddamn refrigerator. And even the other Israeli soldiers calm the hard ass down, the one who's giving the problem. She's just a girl. You're not going to shoot a girl. And so she's the one who's going to take it up and push it. That one for me, that's when you have it's a feature film in 15 minutes or 20 minutes or however long it is. It has everything. This girl learning the lessons from her father and then growing up and having her actualization. This man being humble but trying to find his strength and persevering through the back pain, through the humiliation to get. And it's scene ends with the two of them walking home and him being, even though it's late and he's missed all this beautiful dinner he's supposed to be making all this wonderful thing, he's getting this fucking fridge to his house. And the reason I wrestled with how I felt about this one is because part of me wanted to be mad at it as an anti-Israel propaganda piece, and it's not that. It is exactly what it states that it is, which is it presents an exact reality that people go through, and it presents a man who goes through his regular struggle and his regular day to day, and that there are some people who are making it hard for the most people. And I really, the message, I think that my takeaway, and it really was my experience of having traveled to Israel and met the people there, is everyone there, the Palestinians and the Israelis, want to go on their day to day and live their lives and do their shopping and buy their groceries and celebrate their holidays and be with their families. And you get certain people, the people with the authority and the people with the power who have all of the ability to cause the problems. And that was my takeaway. And it was told very effectively, very powerfully, very simply. But my winner is Feeling Through. And it's just a brilliant short and a short one of them. It was one of the shorter entries. And again, another one that's just tells so much through so little. Right from the get-go, we're introduced to a young man who we can tell it doesn't have a place to sleep based on the texts we're seeing him send, looking if he can crash here, if he can crash there. And it's not clear if he's, young college age, old high school, until he goes to hang out with his friends. He finally can't get a bus fare to take this, or can't get subway fare, or anyone to swipe him in on the subway. So he's late meeting up with his friends, has a night on the, playing the arcade, all this stuff with his friends. But his friends, mom calls, wants him home, all that stuff. So it's clear they, can't be more than high school age. They've got homes to go to, places to be, and he does not. And so he hits up a girl that he can go crash with, and it's late, but he can go there right now, so it's fine. He's waiting to hear back from her if he can go crash there. And he sees a man standing on a curb holding a sign, and he goes over and says, "I'm deaf and blind. Can you help me cross the street?" And so he basically ends up getting involved with helping this guy get to a bus station, helping him miss the bus, helping him go get a drink at the bodega, but then they miss the bus. He's really, really thirsty, so he couldn't wait, so he has to get that, but then he misses the bus, and this guy is like, oh, I'm stuck here with this, but then they start bonding, slowly, and there's a moment, my favorite moment, where the deaf and blind guy realizes that he had a water bottle in his backpack the whole time, and they both just crack up over it. And by the time that the bus comes, this man who originally, this kid who's originally was helping, and it's reluctantly, he wants to be this tough guy and he wants to go take care of himself and all this, but you can just see every single time he's going to walk away from this man, there's something in his heart that says, I have to help him. I have to be here. And they have this nice camaraderie. And he gets the guy on the bus, and he's really insistent to the bus driver, you got to make sure this guy gets off on his street, and he won't leave until he makes sure the bus driver understands he's deaf and blind. He needs your help. And he goes and says his goodbyes and, asks the man, are you going to be okay? And he says, the guy says, yeah, I'll be great. And then he spells out for the guy. He says, he doesn't ask. He says, you will be okay. Even though at this point he's missed the opportunity to go with this woman and all that. But that chance has come and gone in the narrative. But he gets off and he goes, they go their own ways. And it was so reflective of real life moments. I can't tell you how many moments I've had like that, where you meet just a stranger, you have a single serving interaction with a stranger that leaves an impression that you may never see again, but that teaches you something or helps you be yourself in a better way. And so, you're in the first one that I talked about, you have a well-off black guy who's no reason to be harassed or harried by the cops whatsoever in any way. And we watch him get harassed and bullied by him over and over again, which is something we see and hear about in the news all the time. And in seeing and hear about that, we're missing some of these stories, right? These quieter stories of struggle of people who are still living below the poverty line, without help, without aid, without a lifeline. And so, rather than something that wants to tackle these big ideas of morality, to watch two human beings make a meaningful connection, and to watch somebody with nothing help somebody with less, and to watch that person in turn give back what he had, is so much more powerful than to hear somebody tell me how I'm supposed to feel about the social crises of our day. So Feeling Through is my pick, and the title for me meant way more. I think it's one of those titles that's like, has the on the nose, he literally feels his way through life because he's blind and all that, but the feeling really comes from the kid, and you watch him feel his way through this experience, and it's amazing. Can't recommend this one enough. This is the one, when I say, when you look for a short film that really delivers. The Present did a beautiful job, but this one is everything. It's when I say The Present is a feature film packed into 20 minutes or so, Feeling Through is one of those short films that does more than what a feature film can do, because of its focus. So yeah, that's those are the shorts. Anyone else get a chance to watch the shorts? Want to weigh in? Have a thought or a feeling?
No, I didn't get a chance to watch, but here's just some, I guess, a correction, if you will. So for Two Distant Strangers, it turns out that the writer of that, Trayvon Free, had a discussion with Jordan Peele after writing it, and they've come to an agreement that they were different enough that it wasn't an issue between them.
I'm fine with it not being an issue, and I'm fine with the story.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to like the movie. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I'm cool with that. Like, that's all great, but it's the same. It's kind of like
the fact that they had to have a conversation in the first place is a problem.
Well, the fact that they had a conversation tells you that there's clearly some very visible overlap. So it's not knocking the film as a short film. It's knocking it as in this category of, you, for all intents and purposes, copied the work of somebody else and submitted and made a very good film out of it. But for something that it would strain credulity for me to believe that this guy didn't see that before writing his, whether or not it was the direct inspiration or the direct, jumping off point. I imagine he saw it first and then wrote this.
Yeah, it's possible. Or it's possible, he said after he finished writing. So it's possible that people could come up with the same ideas before, you know, either of them were out. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to give a fact check that they decided it's not a ripoff.
Well, that is all right.
No, it might be.
So Jordan Peele feels it's different enough that he's not bothered.
You mean he's not going to sue?
Exactly. He's not going to sue over it.
He would look. That'd be a terrible look for him. He sued a black dude because he
copied his idea.
Oh, dude, your career's fucking done, dude. I wish
he
he would try to pull some shit like that.
Can I say something about White Eye, that other short film?
Yeah.
That what impressed me about it was all done in one take. If you noticed.
That I didn't notice, and that does change my impression.
I caught it the second time around.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I didn't read anything about it, but I just happened to notice, of course, as an editor, I would notice, like, you know, how it just kind of just followed him. And so, I mean, I admire the craft of how he brought in the police and the bystanders, you know, as he traveled around. And you notice how it was revealed who was in the factory, who was working, was when he was sent to look for the guy, and followed him through one end of the factory, and he went through room by room, and you saw that they were all immigrants, that they're obviously not Israelis, you know, and then he ends up coming back out the original door where the bike was. Anyway, when I saw that, I admired it for its craft. And then how it finally revealed, because I didn't know if he was going to give up the bike or not. And then when they took away the father, the guy that took the bike, who I believe, then when we followed them back to see all the other workers that we had seen previously all exit together in a group, I thought, oh God, of course, you know, they're all 50. They're gonna like split. So I don't know. I like the film probably more than you.
Now that you mentioned the single take, that that does change my perspective on it a lot. Well, they also actually, what I will say is the thing that I didn't dislike it at all. For me it just felt like the story was very was a little bit obvious. But the thing that I think impressed me the most, the two things that probably impressed me the most with it, and it was, I think, a theme a lot in the Oscars this year, was the powerlessness of the main character in spite of his efforts. He wasn't a character who lacked agency. He didn't not want to do. He kept trying to do things, but he just wasn't the monolithic authority, the police officers. And then you bring up an interesting point, which is that we don't actually know what he's going to do. You know, it really leaves it up in the air as to whether he's going to drop it or not. And it really hammers home that he's not unjustified. It's his bike. He's not unjustified in we got you back there. Yeah. He's not unjustified in wanting it back for visual continuity. And we'll cue this way. He's not unjustified in wanting it back, but it's that, you know, small picture, big picture. You know, you want these things, and that's totally right and good. But if you open up and see something bigger, you know, maybe there's an opportunity. There's the flip side of it. The one that really impressed about me too is I'm sitting there, I'm like, one of the push pulls is like, if you had just told him based on what we the audience knows about this character, I'm sitting there going, if you just tell him you're illegal, he's not unsympathetic, he's just trying to get his bike back. If you just tell him you're illegal, he's going to get it and he's going to not involve the police. But you don't know that on that side. They can't trust that. So it's like, if you had just trusted him to do the right thing, he would have, but you couldn't trust him to do that. Right. And so as a result, he did the wrong thing. It did have, now that I'm thinking about it more, I think it does have more layers than I perhaps initially gave it credit for. It did sit with me a little deeper than, say, you know, the other two that I put below it. It did sit in that space for a reason for me. Thank you, the stunning and brave Paisley Hidalgo. Says Palm Springs was snubbed for everything at this year's Oscars, but was nominated for 3 Golden Globes awards this year. It won none of the awards.
It should have. It was a great movie.
That was a really phenomenal. Did you catch that one?
Yeah, that was more original compared to Groundhog's Day than whatever this short film was.
This
Twilight Zone.
Talking about something that riffs on a time loop. This was a great version. Either of you guys catch it?
No, I did, but I didn't respond to it. The way that many people did.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about it or anything good to say about it. It just didn't hit me, the way that the fans of the movie did.
Yeah, fair enough. I was definitely was one of those.
Any second chance story where like a person knows they made a mistake and then they sit through it forever, like Bill Murray. I think they figured out it's like 1,000 years or something that he's in that time loop, and we don't know how long Andy Samberg's in the time loop. But it's like Soul, where you watch a character make a mistake and pay the consequences the entire time, but then there's that little nugget, and then they get a second chance. So when he breaks out of the time loop, much like Bill Murray, it's like, oh, good, now maybe you can do the things you've always wanted to do.
Now you get that fairy tale ending.
Yeah,
I like that.
Or at least a second chance.
There you go. True story. Well then. So, anybody want to throw in their ring the most egregious Oscar snub in their personal opinions?
Star Wars. Not that you're here, Richard. I say it all the time. That movie. This is what I want to say about it. Annie Hall is a joke that gets referenced all the time. Star Wars changed the world. Come on.
Okay, I can offer up a picture that I loved, that I thought was original, and it was told with such restraint. And probably, I realized that it wasn't going to get nominated because it spoke in a small voice, but I felt that it was very consequential to all the people that it portrayed. And it's a small picture called Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always. Have any of you seen that?
I haven't, but have
any of you even heard of it?
I've heard of it. I know I've heard of it.
It's a writer-director named Liza Hittman. She's an independent filmmaker from New York. And it's, I shouldn't say simply, but it is a story told about a 17-year-old girl that lives in Pennsylvania who needs an abortion, and she has to go into New York to get it. And on the way, she goes to different clinics to get advice and help. And at first, when I'm watching it, like you were saying earlier, Jessi, about, many films have an agenda, and you feel like, okay, is this going to come down to be pro-life or pro-choice? But I never felt that it made that statement for you as the viewer. The filmmaker wasn't making that so obvious anyway. And we're just following, and most of it's played in close-ups. And that's what I thought was so artful about it, was it was told in close-ups following the main, the girl that was looking for the abortion and her friend. And anything that required like an establishing shot, you just saw like kind of from her point of view over her shoulder, or she walked by something and it revealed that. But there weren't cuts to like, oh, what is she looking at? It was more like just following her constantly. And it was just so, because of that staying on her, I felt so invested in her dilemma and in her life and her point of view. So anyway, I just felt that, it was just a brilliantly done, Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always, which refers to the choices that she had to make when she went into a counseling service. And the question was asked, had she been subjected to abuse in the home or with any partner? So those are the squares that she had to offer. You check never, rarely, sometimes, or always. So I just thought that was like, brilliant in terms of referring to the choices that you have to make. What are you going to admit to
Yeah.
life. Anyway, so that's my big snub for me. Although I can see it's too small of a picture probably for the Academy, and it would be something for the indie, film awards or something. But it's definitely, I suggest to your audience and to all of you, if you haven't seen it, to check it out.
Yeah. Doc Holliday says, I nominate Lyndsey to be Storm in the new Marvel coming up. I think she'd be an excellent choice. She's
Can you fly?
Yeah, can you
Yeah,
fly?
I can fly. So that's perfect.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. So there you go. So
You're
you're perfect.
shooing.
And if they cast someone who can't fly, then you're just going to make a stink about how it's unfair to the people who can. So, I definitely want to that. My pick for this year, honestly, I'm going to say.
Oh, we're only doing this year. I thought you said.
Oh no, I said ever. Ever's
Okay.
fine. But I honestly, because you already picked Star Wars, is usually my pick too. But and then of course there's always Saving Private Ryan over. That's my dad's personal one that lost to Shakespeare in Love. Yeah,
the overrated movie. English Patience, that one that everyone's like, why did this win an award? I've seen the movie as a kid. I shouldn't have.
But
watch Ray Fiennes in a bed. There you go. You've seen it.
There you go. But Love and Monsters, honestly, it is a travesty that did not get nominated in the screenwriting category, especially when there were pieces I felt did not do their jobs. And this one was such a beautiful example of a hero's journey. And then, and also, really, it should. People want to write it off for it being a fanciful or more fantastical type of movie. But in a world where everyone's clamoring, we want an original story with original characters, with original creatures, and this and that. This movie is brimming with originality.
Well, one thing, to bounce off your point, Love and Monsters will stick around.
Yeah.
How many Oscar movies that we're talking about now? I pulled up an old list for the hell of it. Nobody's talking about The Mighty Aphrodite. Mira Sorvino won an Academy Award. There's a conversation to be had, and this is where the discrepancy between Academy Awards and the audiences in general come from. Movies that stick around because we love them. There's a quality to them that maybe critics don't pay attention to. I think staying power is important.
Yeah.
Certain movies have that, and people do respect it. But I'm just looking through a lot of these movies that are the big deals of the day, and they're forgettable. And then I'm looking at the stuff that we're talking about now. In a year, a lot of this is going to be forgettable. We talk about disposable culture. Yeah. We've gotten to a point where even higher art is so disposable and forgettable, and it just pumps it out real quick.
To take two movies like Judas and the Black Messiah versus Trial of Chicago 7, which very same exact time period, and actually to me a better example, a better comparison, because they're more similar films. Judas and the Black Messiah and Black Klansman. Was historical fiction, true stories, a black man infiltrating another organization, obviously vastly different organizations, but telling the story of a man undercover and in the same time period and dealing with the same pressures. And there's a longevity to Black Klansman doesn't exist Black Klansman isn't rooted in today in any way. It's not written through the lens of today. It's written, as an adaptation of the guy who wrote about his, the true story of his life. And it reads that way. It sits in history in that way. For me, again, everyone's another opinion can disagree. To me, Judas and the Black Messiah is a great story, but the way it's told is through the lens of today's political climate. And it's a timeless story that in this package, I don't think will hold up as long and as well because of the lens that it's told through.
I think a lot of the historical stories like that, though, come and go, but the history will be the staying part. So the movie will come in and people talk about it for a minute, but I think something like Judas and the Black Messiah, people will just remember the real guy, and they'll kind of just it's how many times has Martin Luther King been played?
Yeah,
you don't remember everyone. Don't act like I'm not saying just people in general. You put these fictional characters or Lincoln. Yeah. How many times has Lincoln been played? No. Or Nixon. I'm literally looking at I didn't know after Anthony Hopkins played him once.
But then again, you also get things like Spotlight, which has become sort of the definitive work on that era when you have it about an event that's sort of more specific. I think this movie had the opportunity to be the definitive take on the downfall of Fred Hampton, and it passed up that opportunity to make its point about social justice.
Oh, I agree. Plus, too, when you pick a person that's not put like this, the trial that you're talking about from the movie, like an event. Like we're always, that's the thing. We're just trying to tell the event for
We're
more
telling
people.
the event exactly.
Like
to
think of all the
experience
people that
it.
are affected by the civil rights movement and stuff.
Yeah.
This is just a story,
Yeah.
and it's not the biggest story. And then again, you have a year where you're telling the same story in two different perspectives. Like,
Thoughts, feelings, Lyndsey, want to weigh in?
No, I think I think you probably, and probably people in your audience too, maybe, since I'm sure a lot share similar perspectives in some ways, look at things through like certain lenses, like to look for, the today's politics or the way it's filtered through the lens.
Yeah.
But I could imagine the story being told at a different time. It's just, for me, the issue is that, like, it would be in all stories where there's a good side and a bad side. Like, it just wasn't nuanced,
Yeah. No, yeah.
Not in any way. I did think at some points the guy who played the FBI agent who was
The handler, right?
Yeah, the handler. He showed some good sides, which was nice. I just wish it carried through a bit more too.
That was probably my biggest thing. Is you saw a couple of those indications, and then all of a sudden at the end he just fell in line with what he was supposed to do, and we lost all of those flickers of nuance. Exactly.
Yeah, but it's an interesting story that it's nice to see told. It's just the way it would have been more interesting to be told in a way that was more in line with the actual situation. Like even just having the Judas be this 17-year-old kid instead.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. I agree. That would have been so much to see that,
it almost didn't make sense what he was doing. It was hard to wrap your head around it. It was hard to feel for him. It was hard to understand why he was
exactly
what he was.
Exactly. It was a lot of it was because it's we talked about the lack of agency. It's like it's not like his character was without it at all, It's just it was the weird where he chose to exercise it or not, knowing that he was 17 in real life. Well, it makes complete sense now. Because it's sorry, I lost my train of thought because I really feel the need to address this comment. Patrick McNeil, you asked a very silly question. Richard Chew is an editor who's known for a couple of movies that you might have heard of, like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and The Conversation and Risky Business. And he won an Academy Award for Star Wars in 1977. So that's what Richard Chew has done, if you were wondering about this wonderful guest on my panel. But after this wonderful stream that I totally promised was going to be like 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Are we finally ready? All right. The nice thing is, before we announce our picks, I'll say, since we've really covered everything in the Best Picture category, was there anything about the nominees that anyone has not said yet in the Best Picture category before we make our picks known? Is there anything that has not been said about any of the nominees?
Some don't deserve to be here.
Fair enough.
I wanted to say this earlier. Sound of Metal. I wouldn't want to talk about the story. To me, the Sound of Metal's trying to do what The Wrestler was like a decade ago. I don't care about Riz Ahmed's Rubin character. I don't like him. He's stupid. And I didn't even feel bad when he felt like conflicted. Like, should I play the drums again? The movie didn't pace itself out to make that feel like an event. It's like he rushed to get to the things. And like you said, what doctor is not going to tell you your hearing's not going to be the same? Like
point for
this
me
movie,
right.
I feel like this movie is one of those ones that's like they want to move. It's like here to prove a point, but it wasn't finished. Like some of the effects in Mulan looked unfinished. This movie needed another pass.
It didn't make sense. It didn't have it didn't have any connective tissue. One of the biggest travesties for me was having the deaf guy, the guy who ran the deaf commune just come in and pop in and out. And then exactly that to me was a huge one. It was so much of this of the gotcha moment of this movie hinged on him not realizing that his hearing was going to be different when he got it back. But that's ridiculous because I've been dealing with a grandma. Even from this distance, I am much more aware of how this stuff works with my grandma's hearing aid issues on the other side of the country.
I took my grandma to get her hearing aids Rafael got her Miracle Ear, these expensive ones. I went through with her all
for
the tests.
Hearing for little things you
I
pop
had
in
hearing
your
issues
ear.
as a kid. I've had all those tests done on my ears. I know what a doctor says to you when you're going through ear surgery and shit. I just was bothered by how dumb this character was.
And so does so much of this movie hinge on whether it's here, and the whole thing was too, it's like him believing that he's going to get this hearing back and it's going to be great, but it's like, if you know anything, you know it's not going to be like that. And so it was asking for a lot of surprises and moments that it didn't deliver. It didn't try to earn. I'm with Jeff on this one. I personally was very underwhelmed. I love hearing what people loved about it, but I was largely underwhelmed by Sound of Metal.
And then Mank, the sound design was dumb. Like, to make it sound old, but make it in a widescreen. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, making it purposely sound shitty at points. They made it sound like an old movie, which is cool, but then you don't make it visually look like an old movie. Like, you do cool artistic things, but it's why CinemaScope didn't exist back then. Like, put it in a 4:3 ratio like Zack Snyder. Like, my point is, if you're gonna take the steps to make it feel like it's in the past, take every step to make it. Don't half-ass it. Like, especially don't cut corners on the one thing that's gonna make it. And I felt like the part was awesome when he's in the car and they had the car wreck, how they did like the old effect, like you would. Yeah. So the thing is, I'm on board with every one of these callbacks. Yeah. But you like visually, you got to like pick the biggest one. You got to do that too. Like, I feel like everything else. No, that's fair. That is, yeah.
Mm-hmm. One thought I have about the Best Picture list. So when it comes to civil rights movies starring, like mainly Black cast, I really liked One Night in Miami. It felt way more nuanced, and there were the conflict between the people like brought up different aspects of certain things in a way that Judas and the Black Messiah didn't. Mm-hmm. So I think I would have I don't know if Judas and the Black Messiah was on the list, I would have liked to see One Night in Miami on the list, but maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, Lyndsey, I like that you brought up that point because I feel like certain types of movies in the same like genre, the same wheelhouse, they'll get treated with reference, and that's what makes them. That's what I think puts Judas and the Black Messiah on this list. Even though I haven't seen One Night in Miami, that's on our list. Every time we see the trailer, that looks awesome. That looks awesome. That looks awesome. Like, I want to see that movie. I feel like that's going to be a fun movie. Style was lacking from Judas and the Black Messiah. Like, I get you want to tell a story, a civil rights story. Where's the style? Where's it doesn't have to be flippant, but there has to be something unique to it. Like, you brought up the Black Klansman. Like, where was music from the era? Or comedy. Like, there was not. I don't think there was a single moment of levity. And that's what you want to flip into Trial of the Chicago 7, which is a very, about very dark things and civil rights and all that, and the mistreatment of people. And some people don't like that. I know some people do not like the levity that comes with the jokes and the clips and the stuff. But to me, there's a reality there. There's a realness. The thing is, that is real. Human beings at their darkest will make jokes. And so to have a movie with these lively, vibrant, fun people. I mean, at moments they are fun, that are just not funny, that are so like serious, especially with like Fred Hampton's 21 when he dies, they're out of the 70s. These are young people. So yes, they're fighting a war, they're fighting a revolution, but there are going to be parts where they're having a party, where they're celebrating a victory, where they're being human and they're enjoying, a moment. Didn't Leonidas and his 300 soldiers take time to laugh in that movie? I know it's a fictional telling of whatever, but like, even then in the middle of war, when your whole way of life, like, it's a very dire situation. You could find time. Black Klansman is fucking hysterical. And there's some dark jokes in that movie, but it's funny.
Yeah, I don't mind that the humor isn't there. There's some movies that are great without that humor. But I did appreciate how, One Night in Miami did have humor, but also it showed how different African Americans in this room had different ways of viewing civil rights and the fight. Like, there was one guy who saw his way of earning money and being part of like white society elevated Black people. And then there's another, and then others who are against that and think that we should be separate. It was just very interesting. And there, like, there was, Malcolm X, and it was sort of interesting to hear the criticism of him by some of the characters, and it was like, whoa, I never thought of that before. So I liked how you saw the good and the bad of everyone. Really, and that's,
I always prefer nuance to black and white, because give your audience the credit. Give them all the perspectives and give them the credit to make
because it's nice when you have a story that 3 different perspectives on one topic.
Yeah.
When you get a movie like Judas and the Black Messiah, it's one perspective on one topic, and the movie, any movie that does this, it's not just this one I'm picking on, but anyone that again sacrifices a story for a message. Read an old comic; they had a good balance. Great movies are Twilight Zone; they have a balance. Some of these are just like we just turn the dial and we don't worry about art or anything fun or interesting or compelling.
Yeah. Oh, what was I gonna say? I forgot my point. That's okay. I gotta say though, well, all right, no, let's do our picks.
Yeah. I'm about to fall asleep. But
I lost for words, Jessi.
It is. Charlie, read the last couple of super chats, and we'll do them. Eagle Rider, thank you. Says, I love you, darling. I love you too. You're a wonderful human being. The Stunning and Brave Paisley Hidalgo says Hulu's Nomadland has 153 accolades in total, considering awards shows and festivals. Why? That's because the director Chloe Zhao is also the director of Marvel's The Eternals. Also, Fat Man was snubbed. Don't know much about that one, but it does, there's certainly something to be said there. Chloe Zhao is getting ready to head up a big movie for a big studio, a big money-making kind of whatever piece.
I don't agree with any of this though, because the Eternals and whatchamacallit, the other one that got canceled, Inhumans, those are shit properties. Everyone forgets because they look at the red logo and go Marvel.
Yeah.
There are some superheroes that don't get adapted well, and these characters look boring. We're about to have a talking to on a cosmic scale. I don't expect this to be anything. And now I'm saying this because that's my pick. That's why I kind of jumped in, because I would pick Nomadland. The movies that we watched, I thought that was excellent. Right. It spoke to me. I know people like that. I get the plight of the situation, even though I don't live it. But I don't think I think she's attached to a failing Marvel property. I don't think it's going to save it. People have already written their,
if she's smart, she'd get off of it, because what does she have to gain? But honestly,
it was shot years ago. So what's she going to do?
She got a lot of acclaim for The Rider, which I still really want to see. And this, I think this one got so much conversation because of what it did, because of the blend of the non-actors and the actors, and taking a different approach. I think that's why it gets so many of the awards. And
I didn't know that about it.
I didn't know that until we were talking about that. I didn't know all that. I think that's why those sets of movies.
Her prior 2 movies, songs that my brother sang and writer are working with non-actors, and that's her.
The other ones.
Yeah, because she has spent time. In fact, songs my brother sang. She discovered or met these people who are Sioux, on the reservation, on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. And then while she was making that picture, she met this cowboy that she ended up making The Rider about, because he had an accident and injured his brain, right? So she is really good at working with non-actors. So that's why it's going to be interesting to see what she does with a franchise kind of professional actors.
That'll be really fascinating. So Nomadland was your pick?
Yeah.
All right. It's a great pick. I mean, it's a
here's the thing. Sound of Metal was a terrible movie that I will never mince words about. I can rip on it all day if you'd like. Judas and the Black Messiah is a fine movie, but it's forgettable. It's a type of movie that if you showed it to me in a theater, I probably would have never thought about it again. Trial of Chicago 7 had a style. That was a fun, experience. It looked cool. It's civil rights done with some flair. What's wrong with that? It's like when you go to church and you gotta pray and do all this stuff a certain way and keep it with reverence. It doesn't have to be talked like that. And then the rest I haven't really watched. So I liked Promising Young Woman from what I saw.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw Mank too. Why'd I keep?
You watched Mank. You saw almost everything.
Mank would never make a top.
No,
it's a good movie, but it's like, was it The Artist or these other throwback Hollywood?
I would
movies?
call they're Hollywood jerk off pieces, and I always love a good Hollywood jerk off piece.
I don't if it's called Hail Caesar. That movie sucked. Oh my God, Hail Caesar was terrible. It was about communism in Hollywood in the 50s.
Mank was fun for me. I enjoyed Mank a lot. Mine, I'm gonna go with it after much deliberation. I'm going with the tie. My tie is Trial of Chicago 7 and Promising Young Woman. I love Aaron Sorkin. I've just it's apparently I do. Apparently since he started directing his own work, I really like it. It's something about that style, the way he handles ensemble cast, the way he is able to make things so fast and easy and light without sacrificing any of the depth. It works for me. It's like something I'd love to achieve as a screenwriter one day. So I think his work really speaks to me on that level. The characters, the depth, all the layers. Yes. Promising Young Woman was just fucking visceral for me. Great on all those levels. The screenwriting, great. The characters, the acting, all of those things too. But goddamn, they're just, I can't remember the last time I had that much fun rooting for a character in a movie.
Yeah.
You know?
Yo, you're rocking the light. It's a, you know, like,
oh, my light is falling.
Yeah.
I'm squishing my light. All right, Lyndsey.
I would go with Promising Young Woman just because it was fun. It was the most fun of these to watch for me. And yeah, I mean, I'll go with that one.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm going with the most traditional. Well, there's not the most because Mank is really traditional, but Trial of Chicago 7 is traditional in terms of, you know, first act, second act, third act, but it kind of hid the journey through these steps by the inner cutting. And like I said earlier tonight about, you know, the blending of this and I like what, Jessi, you were saying about the humor that was injected into these really serious situations, and then the multiple conflicts, you know, between whether it's the judge and the defendants or the different lawyers or among the defendants themselves. So I just thought it's a brilliant picture, and I think that's probably what's going to win tomorrow.
I have a hunch that will take it because it feels like it does that. Like it has enough of the social justice that they can pat themselves on the back for it. It's got the quippy writing. Aaron Sorkin's a darling. It checks all of the boxes to make them happy and feel good about themselves.
But why did he not get nominated for director?
Yeah, that's it.
That's a crazy thing, huh?
That's part of what makes me feel like it'll win, though. Too, is it'll be one of the split years where they like two. So
since they get nominated, let's give the picture that.
Exactly. We'll give that picture, and then we'll give directors to someone else.
I'm gonna get the father wins.
The father wins for picture.
I don't know why, but I got a feeling like it's a weird year.
Yeah.
And it's even they know like they're getting ready to change the stuff. I think this is one of those like Anthony Hopkins. Like,
I hate to say it, this is one of those years politically where I don't think they're going to go a white man year for that reason specifically.
I do because they lose so much of their audience every year.
Mm-hmm.
And like now with so many people knowing what they're doing, all the qualifications, you can't get an Oscar unless you have this many, like all these stupid, I think
they're going to take the last year to do it. And then
I don't think we're going to get, what are we at in the 90s?
I mean, he's Anthony Hopkins though. There's no one who's been around for as long as him. And
that's true.
I mean, look at Harrison Ford though. He never got an Oscar.
That's true too.
They like some people just never get one.
Yeah.
Should have.
Who was I saying was the new? Oh, Viola Davis. I feel like has become the next Meryl Streep, and that like,
she's been. Yeah,
it's just like
a range of roles that she's done, right?
Exactly. It's like she can do anything. She'll do 100%, and you can be damned rest assured she's going to get an Oscar nomination for it.
I forget how she feels. She did an interview once where she was talking about that comparison.
Yeah.
I forget if she liked it or wanted to be, her own individual.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably are both, they probably both like each other's acting and wouldn't mind the comparison to each of them, but who knows?
I'd be flattered no matter which side of that compliment I was on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
All right. So Nomadland, Promising Young Woman, and Trial of Chicago 7 are our darlings from this year. It was a really interesting list. It was an interesting year.
I feel like a lot of my categories though were just what's left of it.
What was there?
For me, the whole year because of my categories,
it's
a leftover year because it's like, well, we don't have enough, so let's just put something because not enough came out.
There were some categories where it felt like you had 2 or 3 really great choices, then 2 or 3. Well, it's a
then you have
COVID
Shaun
year.
the Sheep.
Yep. A few more super chats, and then we'll wrap this up and say our goodbyes. Timmy Silverado says Ernest Goes to Jail was 100 times better than The English Patient.
Agreed.
Obviously. Ernest Goes to Jail.
That's our audience.
Ernest Goes to Jail is now my pick for the 2021 Best Picture. DJ's Baker says, great stream, you guys. Thanks, Lyndsey and Richard, for taking the time to give your great perspectives on these films. Couldn't agree more.
I'm about to ruin my Google search. My computer thinks Ernest then Hemingway.
Oh no!
Ernest Goes to Jail.
And the stunning and brave Paisley Hidalgo says the following is an actual line from Netflix's Travel to Calgary 7. This is the Academy Awards of protest, and as far as I'm concerned, it's an honor just to be nominated. That was a great. Some of those the Sacha Baron Cohen quips in that movie were really that I appreciated some of those meta digs too.
Let me just say one thing. I think his movie should have been nominated for Best Picture.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of what he did with that picture because I know how difficult that was to do because he put his life on the line. He said, I heard an interview with him where he said he actually wondered whether he would get out of that one place alive, after he was singing and that his country song.
The first for it?
Yeah. And he was trapped in a panel truck, and he said guys were pounding on the door with hammers. And,
I don't know. I don't know if that's setting a good precedent. So award movies for that, like then Jackass would get the reward, and what else? The award for Best Picture.
That said, it did break some crazy ground.
But
on the first Borat movie.
He actually says something though, I don't like everything he's ever done, but Borat does say
he has a point. Yeah.
It's a weird mirror because he lies to tell you who he is, so you get to see the most personal
honest
part.
versions,
you see Rudy Giuliani want to throw you out or sue you or whatever. I think only him do I think his movies actually say more than they let on. It's more than just a joke.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, definitely. The stunning and brave Paisley Hidalgo says, to quote Honest Trailer, the Oscars 2021, it leaves the audience with about as much knowledge of the Black Panther movement as Forrest Gump. That sounds like it was somewhat of our assessment of some of the information we were given. If you go to the movie, if you want information about history, there are history books. There are other ways to access the quality history. Movies are not always your best bet because they don't always give you the full scope of things. But we had some that did. That gave us some really beautiful pictures of humanity, human struggles, took us through time and space, etc. And thank you two so much for donating your entire evening to me. I will never ask you for a favor again. I feel heavily indebted to both of you for this.
There's three of us here you're indebted to.
I'm always indebted to you, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's a two-way street there.
After the stream.
You and I are constantly repaying
dinner
our
in Mortal
debts.
Kombat.
Dinner in Mortal Kombat it is. Eric Black says, risking one's reputation is really serious business. People forget. Well said, Richard Chu. And the Sunday Beer Fraser Hidalgo with the last super chat of the night. One of the two production companies for Promising Young Woman was Lucky Chap Entertainment, a film production company founded by Margot Robbie and 3 other people in 2014. Nice.
At first I thought it was Steven Tyler.
Good shit. The Bar of Avatar. And I love that. And I love that you're seeing so many, so many actors producing and different people getting behind different kinds of projects.
Yeah, and it was so interesting what people were saying. The critics were saying, or one critic said at least, that Carey Mulligan shouldn't have been in the role, should have been in someone hot like Margot Robbie or something. It was like, okay, did you not?
No, it's just
did you not get the point of the movie?
Exactly. Wow.
But no, that's so wonderful. That I think it's great when actors and actresses empower themselves.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing? We didn't mention this. The membership of the Academy has changed tremendously in the last 5 years. Whereas I think about 2016, there are about 6,000 members, and now there are 9,000 members. So it's increased by 50%.
Yeah.
And now there are, I don't know the statistic exactly, but I think it's something like there's a great number of members now in countries all over the world. Whereas, prior to 5 years ago or 10 years ago, they're mostly American or British. Mm-hmm. And there's this huge push to open it up to artists in other countries, other cultures, and then of course gender-wise and age-wise.
Yeah.
So I think it explains maybe some of the choices that we see this year. It's a station of like a broader membership.
Yeah. Yeah. And I hope that those influences, those more international and widespread influences, bring new perspectives, new stories. One of the that blew me away, Minari in the Best Picture category, and 50 to 75% of it is subtitled, and it's not. And for a movie too that's so heavily subtitled, how little we need to be constantly reminded that this is a movie about Korean people doing Korean things. It's not. It's a movie about an American family trying to integrate their lives and their culture with their present reality. And that melting pot was on display in some of the better examples of films this year, I thought.
But even just last year, wasn't it?
Parasite, which was like about actually Korean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not even in America. But
and all subtitles.
Recognizing artistry. I mean, that's what the Academy should be about, right? It's about the art of cinema.
Exactly. And removing those arbitrary barriers, like, well, it's not American, it's not in America in English or this or that, just opens us up to so many better stories that we can tell and we can be exposed to. Thank you guys again so much for coming. Jeff, any last words from you?
Watch our Oscar Lampoon party tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah.
We're not nice. We're not academic. I can't. But we're never are. Last year was a huge turnout. You guys loved it last year, so we're going to do it every single year. Probably close to 1,000 people last year, so it was a big turnout. So yeah, just come on over. It'll be tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. It'll start when the red carpet starts.
There you go.
And it's a drinking stream, so you know what you're going to get into. So Swinging Cod. I don't know if you listen over here, but
Dr. Coffin-Nails, get ready.
Dr. Coffin-Nails.
He'll be there no matter what.
Dr. Coffin-Nails will be there, but he doesn't try to hurt
you. He doesn't hurt.
Swinging Cod tries to kill us.
They stole my drinking game, and now I can't stop them. It's, So if you enjoyed this wonderful, deep, and academic discussion that I so very much did, thank you for joining us. If you want to just watch a bunch of guys completely rip the Oscars to shreds, start to finish, join them on World Class Bullshitters tomorrow night.
But I got to say, I'm glad we did this because I watched all these movies.
They were so fun.
I had a great time. I watched a lot of movies in my life. I haven't watched movies for academic purposes in 7 years. It's not a bad thing.
It was a good time.
Good meeting you, Lyndsey. Good meeting you.
Yeah. So
Great meeting you. Thank you.
And Jessi, don't ever ask me again.
You got it. Done. All right. And Lyndsey Scott, we'll follow Lyndsey Scott on social media too. She's a wonderful, phenomenal talent. And let's get a push going to have her be Storm in the next X-Men.
Okay.
All right. That's all for us tonight.